coordinated by BRIN 8 for various development goals. Delighted, ladies and gentlemen, as the president of IG, I also would like to welcome and thanks you all, especially to the Dean of Faculty of Geography UMS, Dr. Jumadi, and the team members, and other distinguished guests and invited speakers for your participation in this conference. Hopefully, this conference will give positive impact and benefit for geography and all members to participate more and more in the real contribution for the world society and for the nation development. Please remind these slides that the people or public do not wait for our debate results, but they are waiting the benefit of our research or our product to improve their lives. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the God Almighty, give us His blessing and guidance. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, for the nice presentation about the challenge of geography, especially we are as a geographer in the society 5.0, super smart society. I note that we need to contribute because not only we are in the disaster country area, but also we are a geographer who are able to understand the distribution of disaster and make a rule or policy to help them, to help the society and reduce the casualties at this case. Thank you very much. Again, and the participant, please write down your question. Please hold until the last keynote speakers. Now, I would like to say thanks again to Dr. Dimyati, and then we move to the third keynote speakers. The third keynote speaker is Dr. Renat Nandi, MT, MSc. He is the lecturer at the Department of Geography, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Before I invite him, I would like to read a short CV of Dr. Nandi. All right. Dr. Nandi is Assistant Professor of Geography Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So his research mostly is about the urban sprawl research and also the urban and regional planning. I'm sorry, I didn't find a lot of information of Dr. Nandi. Maybe Dr. Nandi can make a short introduction for himself when start the session. All right, Dr. Nandi, are you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much for coming in the Icgdm 2021. Like the keynote speaker before, you have, but it's flexible because the two keynote speakers only spend around 50 minutes. So we have a lot of time now, actually. So be flexible for 25 minutes. All right, Dr. Nandi, without any further ado, the screen and time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Aditya, for giving me opportunities to give a speech for this seminar. First of all, may I introduce myself? My name is Nandi from Department of Geography Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. In this regard, I would like to thank you to all of you, especially for Pak Dekan, Dr. Jumadi, for giving me opportunities to become a keynote here in this conference. And I also would like to give an honor to Professor Aris Marpai as head of BIG, and then Professor Dimyati as head of IG. Thank you very much for giving me opportunities as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator mentioned, that I have a very large time to explain something crucial. And this is not only a disaster issues, but also this is related to our livelihood. So please give me a chance to give an explanation regarding to what I want to share in this occasion. Can you hear me clearly, Pak?
Yes, Dr. Lantai, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is my topic for this conference. So because I come from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and also had a portfolio, so I will try to explain regarding to the education and equality between rural and urban in Indonesia. So this is also another perspective to us to see the disaster in the several fields, especially in the human and the relation to the environment. If we are talking about the rural and urban education, so this could be one of the challenge for us to see more detail what kind of situation that happen in our environment, especially in rural and urban education. So rural education, one of the most important factors in regional planning, especially in regional development. Why? Because that's supported by the government fully, and then implementing the policies. It's also facilitate the effective functioning of the new roles assumed by other actors. But on the other hand, urban education is also a method of schooling that take place in the large scale and then densely populated area with diverse population. So this is could be vice versa between rural and urban education. And why is rural and urban inequalities affect regional development? So I think there are two types of rural and urban of education. So if you take a look at the rural type of education, first is rural types education facing low demand both in equality of student and quality of education as well. And then that first phenomena cause generation between 14 to 20 years our age are not currently ready to face today's challenge. So such as competition of ideas, digitalization, disruptive change, etc. So it is common that they will be stuck as a chief of labor or employee. They will be dependent to job availability rather than complete or creating it. So this impact can be seen in each rural GDP and create more and more problematic urbanization. Meanwhile, if we take a look at the urban type of education, so urban resident has higher demand for education marked by participation rate and quality of competition. And then this competition creates innovation that serve the challenge for surrounding areas, and then more people involved in competition moves economic forward. It means that create job availability and increase entrepreneurship, and this can be seen in urban GDP, HDI, and variation of education as well, both formal or non-formal institution. So education inequalities can be indicated by primary education access and completion. It's mean that basic skill to be reiterate, and then of school children means school scene no longer helping their future, and then transitions rate means regeneration of student, and then lower secondary education mean adolescent education, higher education, higher secondary education mean youth education, and then means years of education when people stop schooling. Are they unable to afford, or literacy rate, upgrading life skill beyond reading, writing, and also counting. So this situation could be one of the challenge for the education right now. If we take a look at the state of Indonesian education in inequalities, so we say that there are two kind of situation. The first one is inequality of education in Indonesia is noticeable in the eastern part. So it can be seen from the numbers, especially in Papua, who scores lowest in school participation, school attendance, and means of education as well. And the second one is Java is the most developed region in terms of education. Therefore, Java will be a benchmark for education and for whole region, which show disparities if this continue. So if we take a look at this data, so there are disparities between eastern part of Indonesia and also western part of Indonesia. So what kind of gap between them? So education years within rural resident is top 3 years, means that most of rural youth work as employee when they migrate to the cities. That's why they tend to stop schooling earlier than urban youth. And then the gap is already high between Papua and Java. Why? In average, student in Papua only attend education for 7 years. Primary education only means. While the large portion of students in Java finish mandatory education for 12 years. This is a very situation, a gap situation between eastern part and western part, especially for Papua and Java. The gap of rural and urban is also sought by economic ability, where economically less privileged group will likely stop schooling after primary education, and more privileged group has wider chance to access higher education. An Indonesian overview, we can see that there are primary education, lower secondary education, upper education, and higher education. So the percentage of rural resident completing school, primary, low, and upper secondary as well higher is lower than the urban resident. So it's mean that the condition of spread out of education between the western part and eastern part is very gap, and this is the problem. It might be a disaster for the next generation. I mean, if we take a look at the education condition, this is one of the big issues in Indonesia as well. In general, if we take a look at this graph, participation of education between from the primary level to college or tertiary level is decreased. Both rural and urban. Why? Because the larger number is held by urban residents. This due to the income. Why? The availability of education institution. This is also one of the big influence in the eastern part of Indonesia, and also the life orientation, because somehow people in the village area, they tend to move to the job field, or they trying to find a job when they are completing the school, even they are in the elementary school. Rural and urban in Indonesia are most likely to attend and complete primary school, but lesser and lesser decided to continue to the next level. So this is the situation right now. I mean, the current circumstance of education in Indonesia is very poor. It could be one of the trigger to become a disaster for the next generation as well. So if you take a look at the trend of literacy between rural and urban region, so the trend of literacy is similar. I mean, for rural and urban student in the category of reading, numeric, and science. So this is indicated by the test score for each category. Urban student holding higher score than rural student. So why? Because the infrastructure, the situation, the environment of urban education is more supporting to the people who can get the accessible to the school or the higher level of education. And why this is also big issues, because the literacy is one of the challenging for people in rural. Not only how they can read the text or processing the information, but also how they also read the situation of surrounding area. So means that the alliteration more be larger definition in these terms. So if you take a look at the rural and urban and intercental meaning, so we can see that the census for each census year, the government will evaluate the definition of rural and urban. Why? This is they leave an indicator. This is happened due to the socio-economic development to the years. If you take a look at the content urban feature of the definition form of the last census indicate that urban area have population density more than 4,000 people per kilometer square. So while rural area have less than 4,000 people per kilometer square. So it is also indicate that indicated by percentage of families working in agriculture sector. And then urban features comprise an adequate social facilities such as hospital, school, market, shopping center, as well as percentage of families connected to internet and afford electricity. As the effect of more open economy and growth from urban cities, this percentage of rural area decrease constantly. So in this intercental period between 2010 and 2020, roughly 40% of rural region has turned to urban characteristics. So if take a look at the graph, year 2010 and year 2020, there are different number of why people compare this as a growth of urban centers. And change into urban and characteristic highlight. So the regional development progress is so that the percentage of rural turns into urban is highest in Java Islands. It is also so that Java is the only where urban percentages are higher. So if we see that the number of urban areas in Java is more increased than the other. Yeah, so this is based on the per KBPS number 120 2020 regarding to the classification of rural and urban in Indonesia year 2020. Generalizing from all sources and in the case of analyzing regional development, there are 6 main of indicator. First is local economy, and then human resources, facilities, regional finance, accessibilities, and regional characteristics. So the 6 indicator can be measured through GDP and HDI, Gini coefficient, and the real GDP numbers. So this is how we can assess the regional development based on the all the indicators. And currently, in accordance to the government law, there are 10 major urban region or metropolitan. So there are 9 metropolitan areas in Indonesia and then also 62 underdeveloped rural. And how to measure? So there are 3 kind of measurement: identification of HDI, how education participation rate affect economy, and then how education participation rate affect wealth inequality measured by Gini coefficient. So there are distribution of underdeveloped rural and village. There are Kalimantan, 7 in Sumatra, and then 14 in Nusa Tenggara, and then 3 in Sulawesi, 8 in Maluku. But if we see the distribution of metropolitan area, there are 10 location of the metropolitan area. From the western part is Medan Metropolitan, and then Palembang Metropolitan, Jabodetabek Jur Metropolitan, and then Cekungan Bandung Metropolitan, and then Semarang Metropolitan, Surabaya Metropolitan, Banjarmasin Metropolitan, Denpasar Metropolitan, Makassar Metropolitan, and the rest is Manado Metropolitan. So this statistic analyze, summarize that only small number of correlation measured. So therefore, the linear regression between between the rural and urban education participation rate to real GDP and Gini coefficient. So as we can see that the statistic analyze, summarize that only small number of correlation measured. Therefore, linear regression cannot prove the correlation between education participation gap to both GDP and Gini coefficient. So it also proves that there is no direct correlation. However, previous studies indicates that there is a correlation in national level analysis between education participation to the GDP. The study measure urban and rural parts, and if there is any correlation proof, it will be rather short term. Means due to the other dynamic predictor toward economic growth. So this is the sample of the correlation between the urban and rural education participation to the real GDP and Gini coefficient. And looking ahead, so I would like to summarize this presentation that current rural and urban equalities in education will save not only the kind of generation either to be benefit of challenge by demographic bonus of 2045. So this is also a challenge for us, why rural and urban education should be one of the focus program from the Department of Education and Culture in Indonesia. And the second one is education as well as literacy level inequalities will further bridge regional disparity marked by standard of living, per capita income, and percentage of people living under poverty. And regional development is neither directly influenced nor influence education participation per se. However, as education participation increase and equal for all, development is more likely to be sustainable and progressive. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much for all your attention. I will giving back to moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Nandi. It's an interesting fact that we found that no direct correlation between educational participation and Gini ratio. This is very cool. But yeah, So we need to find the answer why where there are still inequality in rural and urban education. Okay, thank you very much. The participant, please again hold the question and the question. Please list down your question, and after Dr. Hairi present his material, we can open the question and answer session. Dr. Hairi, are you hear me? Have you ready? Are you ready? Dr. Hairi? Alright. Bu Vidya, apa Dr. Hairi sudah monitor tadi? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hairi. How are you?
He's present.
Oh, but I cannot hear the voice yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, before I invite Dr. Hairi, the last keynote speaker is Dr. Muhammad Hairi bin Ibrahim from University Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Wait, Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. This is one of our college in UMS. His research is about the urban climate modeling and also urban climate research. Currently, we have one research collaboration with the UPSI team's researchers to study about the Surakarta climate, urban climate during the pandemic. So, Dr. Hairi, are you ready?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us in Icgdm 2021. Like the keynote speaker before, Dr. Hairi, you have 25 minutes for your material. And after that, we have the question and answer for all the keynote speakers.
Wait, I want to share my slide.
All right.
Okay, a few minutes. I cannot look up my button to click the share.
I already see your screen actually.
You can see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, I put for the big size. Put the big size.
Just click under the Zoom. Beside the Zoom. That was the screen share.
You can.
Yeah. All right.
You can see.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. 25 minutes. The screen and time is yours.
So thanks to moderator Dr. Adida Saputra. I think the limited time 35 minutes only to me to explain everything because usually around 45 minutes. Never mind, I just to highlight what I feel right now. So for sharing to everyone, my topic today is more to role of geography to tackle the climate change mitigation toward COP26. I think everyone know about COP26 done before this in Glasgow. So when we talk about geography and disaster management, so or disaster mitigation, everything. So the role of geography, because we are geographer in Southeast Asia to our country. So the role of geography to tackle the climate change mitigation towards COP26. For starting today, I think just for 4 parts for my session. First is global climate change, and then for COP, I just want to highlight about COP26 because I think last around 1 month done for COP26 in Glasgow. Also Malaysia join together. And then also about the climate action, maybe the role of geographer, because I think for today conference is very interesting because all the geographer in Southeast Asia joined this conference for 2 days. So we need
Checks, Bu Vida, are you monitor? Dr. Hari? Okay, it looks like the Dr. Hari is disconnected from the room. Just wait for several moments to rejoin the Dr. Hari. For all participants, please wait a moment. I try to contact Dr. Hari. Maybe have a connection problem over there. Okay, so there is still no response from Dr. Hari. To Vidya as a chair conference. So we continue to the question and answer, or what do you think?
Yes, you can continue, Dr. Aditya.
All right. Thank you very much, Bu Vidya. As we're waiting for the Dr. Hari to rejoin the session, I would like to open one question to all participants to have some question to all the keynote speakers. But before Professor Aris Marfa texts us that he has meeting in 9:30, so maybe you can deliver the question to us, and we will send the question to the Prof. Aris Marfa later on. Okay, if you have a question, please raise your hand, or maybe you type your question in the chat facility in the Zoom. Any question, please, all participants? All right, if no, I will use my opportunity to make a question to Dr. Muhammadiyah. Okay, I have a question, Dr. Muhammadiyah. So, what is the contribution of IGI as the biggest geography association of Indonesia to the geography education in higher degree? So, as we know that ID, the Ikatan Dokter Indonesia, also has a big community of doctor. We are the geographer also want to be like them, have a strong bond, connectivity of all geographer in Indonesia. Dr. Muhammadiyah.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Saputra. Can I call you Mas
Yes,
Saputra?
of,
Yeah,
of
okay.
course.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions. Yeah, I think as you know that IKI is the only associations. The function of association is making member of community can communicate with other, and we can how to say, get the update information, and also we can communicate with the other how to say stakeholder, and so on and so on. So you have to map that in our community. We have not only IGI, but we have also for PIMGIO, P3GI, and others, and other communities, other association. So based on that positions, we each other have what we call with the roles of enhancing our community. So the role of IGI is to how to say, to facilitate the communication among members. Yeah. In the case of communication among the department or study program is the duty of for PIMGIO. Yeah. So if you talk about the role of IGI, the role of IGI in the education of geography, of course, we try to connect the needs or the demands of the users, and we try to map the demand from the user and to inform and to communicate to the university or to the faculty or to the department. We hope that what the department product or the how to say, students from the university or from the study program can be accepted totally in the next step after they graduate. So that is one of the role of IGI. And the other thing is that we try to make umbrella to make a geographer be recognized in the country, not only the country, but in the international communities also. So that's why one of our efforts is to support the ministries or institution to make a kind of regulations. And what just we have and supported by PIG is we have what we call with the some articles in the government regulation number 45 2021 that in that government regulation, the geographer has been stated as the how to say, community or formal community by the country. So that means geographer is one the important association in this country. Because of we are recognized as the important association, or at least stated by the country, we have to show our roles, our how to say, ability, yeah, our performance to the country. So that I mentioned before that we have to make a positive role, at least because our theme today is related to the how to say, yeah, what discussed today, we have to how to say, to make our role in this not only in the SDGs but also in the disaster management. So if we perform our positive roles, then most of ministries or institutions recognize the availability or the importance of IGI. So we can perform direct or indirect roles in making a better position for our community member. So this is a general answer for your question. Is it answer your question, Mas Saputra?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Dimyati. And there is also another question, Doctor, for also Dr. Nandi in the chat Zoom. I will read for you. Dear keynote speakers, this question is from Sabila Yasaro. Dear keynote speakers, thank you for the excellent presentation. I ask permission to ask Mr. Aris, Mr. Dimyati, and Mr. Nandi. But because Mr. Aris has left the conference, I ask Mr. Dimyati or Mr. Nandi may have a chance to answer. My question to Mr. Aris is, in general, what is an example of the real role of the Geospatial Information Agency in disaster management efforts? Is there any collaboration with the BNPB or BMKG, or like what? To Mr. Dimyati, do you think that disaster management in Indonesia, especially community preparedness, is optimal? What are the main obstacles that must be resolved together? And to Mr. Nandi, recently in Indonesia, many tutoring platforms have emerged with various program innovation. Do you agree that tutoring outside of school hours is an indication and proof that our education system has failed to fulfill its duties? What do you think? Thank you. I'm sorry that I can't turn on the audio for some reason.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Monggo.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak
Sabila.
Mbak Sabila. Yeah, maybe I can also answer what your question to Prof. Aris. As I know that the role of BIG for the disaster management, I think they support many spatial data, not only for PNPB, but for other institutions who needs those spatial data, both basic and also thematic spatial data. And the implementation for that, for the use of that spatial data is at least they can make what they call with the one map policy. So in this one map policy, they try to make a same coordinate. So based on the same coordinate, if we want to do more analysis, it would be more efficient and effective. So this is the answer as representative from Prof. Aris. And I hope this answer can give you more clear information. And the second one, the question to me, that I want to say that the community preparedness have to be enhanced more and more, because yeah, as a geographer, we have to say we have to make very hard effort to the how to say, promoting disaster literacy, because we know that this year I heard from the policymakers that our how to say, curriculum for the high school, yeah, and also from the elementary school to high school, geography is only one of the how to say, lecture selected among four lecturing, among four lectures. So it means most of the students, yeah, do not know the knowledge of disaster example. So if they do not know the knowledge related to disaster, when they meet a disaster, yeah, maybe the possibility to be victims is bigger and bigger. So that's why we, as EG and also other communities related to geographer, including for PIMQ, try to make a kind of policy brief or policy input or kind of that to the policymakers to evaluate the curriculum, because when the students or the people in Indonesia have a good literacy in disaster, we hope that most of them do not be victims when disaster happens. So this is the reason why we have to we have to work very hard to enhance the literacy of our community related to disaster. So this is my answer, Mbak Sabila. I hope my answer could give you a clear information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimyati. Monggo, Dr. Nandi.
Thank you, Pak Adit, for the question. Thank you very much also for Ibu Sabila Yasaros for the question. So if we're discussing about the growth of various tutoring activities or program, so recently has become an interesting phenomenon and has become a separate node for the world of education in Indonesia. Means that this is the real situation in our environment, especially in our communities, that there are so many tutoring platform emerge. So this kind of situation is due to the desertification. The community, the people, did not satisfied with the learning condition in school as well, yeah. And also this is believed to be one of the cause the growth of these various tutoring services. So recently, schools that have an authority as a place to provide education, I think there are often questions about their role. So this is one of the problems that exists in the world of education in Indonesia. Why, as an alternative of studying outside of school, many students rely on tutoring to get material instead of going to school. So that's why there are several purposes for why they choose tutoring platform or tutoring activities or program, because they have like opportunities to get good higher education. I mean, they can accept it process in PTN, for example, written an exam, or on the other hand, the student in the elementary or primary education, they also give an opportunities to gain their studies beside the school. So this is one of the challenges for our situation. Along with that, many tutoring services has emerged to challenge this response. However, the condition is accompanied by series of the tutors in carrying out the learning process. So this is our homework to to make an equal between rural and urban education. Why this is emerged in urban? Basically, there are the lack of economic condition. I mean, and also people tend to increase the they want to improve the education level, but they cannot receive from the formal school. So that's why there's so many tutoring platform emerge today. I think that's all, Bu Sabila.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi. Before I go to the next question in the chat room, I would like to answer the participant in the room. Do you have any question? If you can speak up, please turn on your mic. Raise your hand first and then turn on your mic. Any question, please, for all the audience? I'm monitoring the screen. There is no hand ups. Do you have any question? Okay. Mbak Sabila, Ibu Sabila or Mbak Sabila, can you open mic or you have still problem with your audio?
Okay, thank you, the moderator.
This is for respond to the Pak Dimyati answer, yes? Not the next question. Okay, please go on. Okay.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I want to respond the answer from Mr. Dimyati and Mr. Nandi. I am very interested in the integration of disaster education into classroom or school learning. As a prospective teacher, what steps should I take to implement disaster education in the classroom? Do I have to develop my own learning method? Maybe there is an alternative or a suggestion from Mr. Dimyati and Mr. Nandi. I really thank you in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Sabila. Monggo, Dr. Dimyati and Dr. Nandi, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Mbak Sabila. Yeah. I think that we know that there are many apps, there are many information, there are many records in webs or in internet. So as a young generation, I think Mbak Sabila is, we can say, is very curious with the internet. So we can, I think, in my opinion, we can use the many applications or many models or many information from the internet, but we have to mention the source of the matter we cited. So if you have ability, then you can modify the application or data from the internet, and of course should be adjusted to the classroom you want to teach. Or if you have more ability, you can develop many materials based on the reference you can find in internet. And I recommend you to see many research result rather than other informations. Yeah, because research result means new things compared to the others. But if you have or you want to know detailed theoretical background, of course, you can read a textbook or something like that. So my recommendation is please often, how to say, communicate with your partner, your friends in many other schools or many other society, or at least in your society. I mean, kind of IKI or other society to update the recent information related to the materials you want to use for teaching. And I want to inform you that related to geographic materials, IKI still develop what we call with standard books or buku babon, or the books which will be used for all, especially for all teachers and also a geographer, to know at least what kind of geography for daily activity or for teaching or for others other needs. So this is information, and I think last conference in Semarang we have launched the books, and hopefully in a few days ahead we can how to say, we can distribute the real digital books in our web. So please wait for the standard books of geography or buku standar geografi or buku babon geografi. This is the information for Mbak Sabila. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dimyati. Please, Dr. Nandi, have some comment for Dr. Sabila? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Adit, and Ibu Sabila. Thank you also for the further question. So this is regarding to the how implement the disaster education in geography learning. I mean, there are so many several steps that you should implement in learning of geography. First, you should make sure that the material is suitable with the the topic and material is suitable with the purpose of the or capaian pembelajaran or learning outcome. So you should make sure that the capaian pembelajaran or learning outcome of the geography learning is suitable with the material or the topic. And then make sure that you have also choose the suitable method, because there are so many methods that can implement in disaster mitigation or mitigation learning in classroom. For instance, if you can choose the individual learning, the student or the pupils that have on capaian pembelajaran or learning outcome, and then they can do by themselves, and then there is no interaction between one student to the others, because this is very individual learning. And then the second one also, of course, the competitive learning. So it's happen if the student will gain the learning outcome. So every single student there have their own characteristics. So this is why teachers should be involved in this situation. And the third one is cooperative learning. So this happen if the student will gain the learning outcome with cooperation with the other student. So that's the kinds of model that can you implement it at the classroom. But if you take a look at the this current condition, how to integrate between the natural disaster mitigation or something to the classroom situation. So Indonesia is very abundant of disaster. So you have to make sure that our knowledge or ability to gain of information for the surrounding area will be presented at the classroom. So it means it should be contextual. For instance, Pak Dim mentioned about the disaster happen right now in Semeru or in upload in every single place. So this could be one of the challenge to teacher to bring the real situation, the contextual situation to the class. So how to integrate with the geography learning, because in geography learning they have on material regarding to the disaster mitigation learning. So I think that's all, Pak Adit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi. Please welcome back Dr. Hairi. Mbak Vidya, as a chair conference, we only have 10 minutes for the question and answer more. We continue to Dr. Hairi or can move the Dr. Hairi to the next session. It's up to you, Mbak Vidya, as a chair conference.
I think due to the limited time, we can continue to the discussion session to Dr. Hairi.
Okay, so the Dr. Hairi can present the material for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, like that?
5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you.
And I need to share again, right?
Yes, Dr. Hairi, are you okay? You have connection problem, right? I found you disconnected before, and we continue to the discussion for the previous keynote speaker. So we only have 5 minutes for you present the material. Please make as short as possible. I know it's hard to make it short. And we have still one more question from Dr. Koswaji in chat rooms. I will deliver to all keynote speakers later on after you present.
You can see my slide?
Yes, please.
Until which slide? The miss out.
Until the second slide.
The
So
second.
third slide. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Before.
This one.
Yes.
Oh, after that, miss out.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Surprise. I think everyone good. Okay, never mind. So just this slide, right?
Yes, indeed.
So I think this is more environmental changes. I think everyone know we change our landscape, everything, how we can need to manage our landscape and our environmental surrounding, our environmental, to ensure our development in our situation is sustainability for the futures. So I just want to highlight about the impact of the climate change. I think everyone know about it. Never mind, I will share my slide before this. So I think just want to highlight the data and how the real of the climate change situation until the 1850 until the 2020 seem like before the IPCC highlight for our country. So and then I would just want to highlight the COP vision. Our climate is our future. So uniting the world to tackle the climate change seem like my title of my speaker today. How we can look up the contribution and parties contribute to ensure we reducing the human impact on the planet's climate. So also the main point is by standing together, we can find solution and that work to everyone. So everyone need to work together from any field, either physical geography, human geography, maybe others field, human sciences and science work together to find the solution that work to everyone, especially for our community. And then how we can manage and plan for our food and farming, energy, ocean, land, and health and happiness situation for our community. Then that is our main to tackle the climate change and benefit the entire planet. This is our planet. So how we can contribute to ensure all this, we can plan and do the management to mitigate the climate change impact. So the zone of how we can contribute and how all from the president or prime minister until so from the rural community need to having the partnership and work together on these three zones. So to combat the climate change and its impacts, to take the urgent action. Surely the climate change already visible. So we can look up the situation in monsoon, how the 2 days raining non-stop in Malaysia and giving the impact of the flooding impacts in Malaysia, majority in Peninsula, in 5 states in Peninsula Malaysia, last 2 days until now. On this part, surely we can look up the climate crisis. So how we can use our role to understanding a global environmental challenges, including social science and humanities. So on this part, I think my diagram, or not diagram, my picture about the impacts in physical and how our role from all the component of the impacts, how we can mitigate the component of the impacts to our planets. So, and understand the SDGs, the global goals, and then to having a good partnership from the not only the community but the participant from multiple sector, private, government, local government, university researcher, not only do the researcher on theoretical, how they need also go on field and understand the situation and to understand and identify the risks and vulnerabilities facing to the metropolitan region, like Dr. Nandi said before this, and how we can understand and do the mitigation and adaptation related planning and policies decision. So just sharing from my experience in Okayama, Japan before the COVID situation, suppose having another one in Canada after this, however, the COVID situation. So I just want to share that this is a geographical education for sustain about ESD and SDGs to tackle the climate change impact. So how we can, this means we can plan and develop related for SDGs for pedagogy and learning environment, learning outcome, learning content, and how we can plan and develop the societal transformation in our curriculum. So and then when we do any activity and develop the curriculum, how we need to having the concept of model collaborative and constructive leadership from the community until the highest authority. So we need to having the capacity to connect, collaborate, and engage all the parties. So we need also having the role of SDGs to develop, to learn and create, using the capacity to develop a capacity to continue to learn and create, to having a three-part component: innovate, re-event, and transform. So from this part, when we develop all the components, we need also empowering the SDGs in our three sections: institutional level, national level, and international level. So these are empowering need to develop to our youth, especially we need to develop the role of our youth in any country. So when we talk about all the all the spatial approach in climate change, I think all the speakers highlight before this how the tools from the technology of remote sensing and GIS, one of interactive geography component and tools can do their role for visualization and analysis technique, and how all these can having the linkages with the media, because the role of media will giving the information to our community from like WhatsApp, YouTube, and all others kind of the new technology for directly to inform our community about disaster or our current weather situation or the current disaster impact. So all the information about the geography situation in any region or country, we need to have the partnership collaboration. So I hope everyone understand the role of geography to drive an innovation for ESD toward ESD. Also, congratulations to UMS, especially for Faculty of Geography, for the Dean and Deputy Deans Academic, Dr. Aditya Saputra and Dr. Jumadi. good approach to having continuing Icgdm for this year for contribute ASD and SDG also the role of geographer to tackle the climate change. And I hope next year we still meet together again for this conference. And this is our spirit to develop of the young generation for the realization for the 17 global goals, like having this conference. So I think this is our role to take urgent action to combat the climate change and its impacts. So we need to plan and do the action, and then to work together to everyone, because climate change is visible. There is thanks for me. Sorry about the linkages from my internet linkages for today, because my link is my house now, because today I holiday. However, we still collaborate together. Thanks for all the speaker, keynote speaker, my friends, my colleagues, my team and collaborator, Associate Professor Dr. Nandi, and President of Association of Geographer Indonesia, also Prof. Aris Marfai, our colleague in geographer, and also congratulations, become someone very important in Indonesia, become director of the data of GIS in Indonesia. Also, all the keynote speaker and speaker today, also all the presenter and participant, we can collaborate together to combat the climate change and its impact, and to tackle the climate change impact all in the world, including in Southeast Asia, also in Malaysia, Indonesia. Thank you. Sorry about our connecting for the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for never mind. It always happen when we do the online conference like this. All right, Pak Kuswaji, allow me to deliver only one question for the Dr. Harry, the last one. If there is a time, I will deliver the before to the previous keynote speakers. Okay, Dr. Harry, there is a question from Dr. Kuswaji Dwi Priyono, member of lecturer in Geography UMS, to Professor Muhammad Harry. Global change, the illusion of an advanced world leader, but has damaged nature. Currently, the issue is directed to developing country. Isn't that so, Prof? Is it correct, Prof, that the climate change only illusion from the advanced world country? Dr. Harry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aditya. My members of the SDGs. So I agree what the question answer about it. However, there is the situation, because before this, we don't have any like collaboration from the parties. That's why everyone do their vision and their spirit. So now we have the same agenda. We have the same agenda. That's why we need to develop the capacity to understanding about to tackle the climate change, to tackle the problem in our situation, either in metropolitan or either in the rural area, like what Pak Nandi informed to us before this. So if we look up here, how our role in geographer, as a geographer, to not only to develop and plan in theoretical, and how we can sit together. I just using the terminology of sit together, because if I look up now, all our geographer only what I mean is only having a sharing with our colleague only, not sharing with our not rural, with our community. So we need to on deep right now to understand the situation, to communicate and sit together. That's why I just highlight before this, to having the partnership. So before this, everyone do their alone for their spirit and for their development, for their plan, for everything. So now we need to work together. We're having the partnership. So just not only to having a plan. So when regarding the question, that means all either in the from the leader, from the sub leader, or the community need to work together with the local community or local government or private sector. We need to have the SDGs concept to ensure they understand. So for the whole concept, I just to share the ideas. We need to have the program and develop the activities to work together by state or by district. So this is the role our geographer, and the role our geographer, how our geographer can convince the local community, especially example for the local community, local government, including the local leadership, to work together, is especially also the private sector, because our challenges is how we can convince our private sector develop their development, follow the sustainability development. Then how they're having the related with the other parties like local community, especially in rural or in metropolitan area or sub area, because community will having their settlement or their house or their community surrounding the industrial area example, the development surrounding the development area. So how the private sector having their connectivity with the community, including the local authority, including the geographer like us, because we only more talk on theoretical usually, and how we can find the solution to solve any problem. That is important, very important, because how we can develop the linkages within the leader, sub-leader, community, relate to the industry and a local community. That's my response.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harry. The time is now is 10:15. Is according to the schedule. We are in time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this session. Before I close this session, I would like to take a conclusion from our discussion in the session. So, as we both know together that we are live in the disaster country area. As a geographer, we need to be able to choose correct step, utilize various geospatial data in order to reduce the impact of the disasters. The advanced technology can be powerful tools to make perfect mitigation plan. IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, blockchain, and also the usage of media should be a next focus of geographical subject. On the other side, the educational also important to raise the capacity of our next generation on facing the disaster, including the climate problem. However, there are inequality in rural and urban education are still happen in Indonesia. So we need to collaborate on all sectors and make a proper policy which in line with SDGs to reduce the risk during the disaster event. no one left behind, not only for us, but also for our descendants in the future. Thank you very much. I would like to thank to all the speakers again for the insightful and interesting presentation, and also to all the participants for the very active discussion. I'm sorry because the limitation on time, I couldn't accommodate the participant, all the participant questions. Finally, give the applause for the keynote speakers and for you all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih semuanya. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Prof. Hari.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Hari. Apa kabar Pak Hari?
Apa kabar?
Ya, alhamdulillah. Baik. Terima kasih. Ya.
Mbak Anissa.
Pak Diem sehat.
Mas Andi, terima kasih. Terima kasih Mas Andi.
Thank you all speakers and
Terima kasih.
participants. The times I will give it back to the master ceremony. Mbak Anissa, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Aditya and all the keynote speakers. After this, we will have a coffee break for a minute. But before that, for all the participants, please turn on your camera because there will be certificate handover and photo session with our keynote speakers. The certificate handover will be given by Mrs. Vidya MSc. So the first handover certificate for our first speaker, Professor Dr. Renat Muhammad Aris Marfai, MSc.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Renat Muhammad Aris Marfai. Thank you for your contribution to the Icgdm 2020.
Okay, the next for our second speaker, Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, MSc.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, for your talk and for your presentation to Icgdm 2021.
Okay, next for our third speaker, Dr. Renat Nandi, MSc.
Thank you, Dr. Renat Nandi, for your talk, for your presentation to the Icgdm 2021.
And the last one for Dr. Muhairi bin Ibrahim.
Thank you for Dr. Muhammad Hairi bin Ibrahim for your talk, for your presentation to the Icgdm 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vidya. Next, we will have photo session. So please turn on the camera for all the participants. Okay. Okay, I will count to 3. Please smile, give your best smile. Okay, for the first slide, 1, 2, 3. For the second slide, 1, 2, 3. And the third slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you for all. Thank you for your precious time. So, according to the, let's have coffee break for 15 minutes until 10:30. And also, I like to announce that the link of the certificate for the participants will be shared in the end of the session. Thank you.
Terima kasih izin live.
Ya,
terima kasih Bu Vidya, izin live.
Terima kasih.
Monggo.
Pak Adi, terima kasih. Pak Jum.
Terima kasih all team, Pak Jumadi, Pak Dr. Jumadi, Pak Dr. Adia Saputra, and all the team from the Icgdm. So suppose I come to Solo, I miss UMS Solo. So everyone in Solo.
Miss you, doctor.
Yeah, miss you. When I can come to Solo again, miss out to everyone in Solo.
Hopefully soon.
I feel up. I feel up. I am in Solo for this year. So very miss up to come to Solo again. See you. Sorry about the line internet. I'm not sure. I maybe someone open our languages in my house, surrounding my house. Very surprised about the line. I think I done. I think I done. However, when I look up, when I ending, I look up. You are like in the WhatsApp. So surprised. So anyway, 5 minutes to share everything. However, sorry to say. So I will share the my slide, everything to Dr. Adia and all the teams.
speeches by the invited speakers. And this agenda will be led by Mrs. Dewi Novitasari MSc as the moderator. Mrs. Dewi MSc, can you hear my voice?
Yes, loud and clearly. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly. So for Mrs. Dewi MSc, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mbak Anissa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to come here to join in this conference. My prayer and peace be always upon the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Our panel session for invited speaker of the conference is about to begin. Thank you very much for preparing yourself again to join our virtual conference. Respectable for all keynote speaker and invited speaker, the Honorable Dean Faculty Geography UMS and all lecturers of Faculty Geography UMS, and the Honorable all participants of this virtual conference. The International Summit on Science, Technology, and Humanity, ICE 2021, is organized by Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia. The summit aims to provide a platform for researchers and academics to share their research findings with others and meet the lecturers and researchers from other institutions and to strengthen the collaboration and networking among the participants. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Dewi Novitasari, the moderator of the last couple session today. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to join the third International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, Icgdm 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation, I would like to read the sequence of the last couple session today. The seminar is divided into 2 sessions with 6 invited speakers. Now I will read one by one our agenda on the second session today. First is opening remarks by moderator, and the second is presentation time for 2 invited speakers, Dr. Balas Bradak from Kobe University, Japan, until 5 to 11. And next will be followed by Dr. Sharif Sofirun from University Utara, Malaysia, until 20 minutes past 11. At the end of the session 2, we have a discussion, question, and answer session for 10 minutes until 11:30. And then we have a lunch break from 11:30 to 1 p.m. So it will be around 1.5 hours. The third or the last session will start on 1 p.m. after lunch break with 4 invited speakers. All of invited speakers have around 25 minutes for presentation. For those who are not speaker, please turn off your microphone as well so we can focus on the material. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's open our second session today by saying basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. For the next agenda is presentation session. For the first turn will be given by the first speaker, Dr. Balas Bradak. Now I would like to read the CV. Dr. Balas Bradak received a PhD, Doctor of PhD in Earth Science from Utrecht Leuven University Budapest, Hungary. And now he is an associate professor on a graduate School of Maritime Science, Kobe University, Kobe, Japan. And he also have a official collaborator of Marine and Environmental Science Center in Portugal. So please welcome Dr. Balas Bradak from Kobe University, Japan. Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
I guess. Okay, wait.
Okay.
I share my screen. If I found the... here it comes.
Please welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay. And, Wait a little bit. Okay, let me share again because it was a double screen. Okay, now you can see, I guess. Well, okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I'm absolutely amazed by your presentations because as much as I experienced all around the world, the geographical field always suffering to define itself, and you find a very, very good way. So I'm very enthusiastic because of the keynote speeches. My topic is a little bit different, but I guess it's connected to the topic, especially because I try to go a little bit toward the field of application of geological or geographical knowledge. So how I connected to the keynote speakers is kind of answering their question that how we can participate in for example, the natural hazard management or any urban or rural situation related to natural hazards. So let's start. Generally, if we try to define the field which I would like to talk about, it's really the overlapping field of lot of different fields of earth science, and it's kind of everything that I has been interested in earth science. So this first slide is a little introduction of myself and also the field that I would like to talk about. Generally, I finished my study as a physical geographer, but I'm mostly working in a field of geology. So I try to combine this knowledge, and I was involved in a lot of quaternary geological studies and paleoclimate and paleo environment reconstruction. And then I moved toward urban geology and ended up at forensic geology and forensic geohazard. And the common topic in this all is their ultimate goal, which was and which is my scientific goal, is the reconstruction of various processes and environment. In our case, it's connected to future hazard mitigation. Sorry for this slide is a little bit filled with information. It's not so entertaining, but it's definitely important to know about these terms to understand what I try to talk about today. So there is 3 terms: forensic geology, forensic geohazard, and profiling, or profiling natural hazards. And these 3 terms, or combination of these 3 things, will lead to today's topic, which is the profiling geohazards, or forensic geohazard profiling. Originally, you may be familiar with the term of forensic science. The forensic science is the science which is interested in crime or crime scene analysis. So the forensic research or forensic science has a part which is forensic. They called it forensic geology. Now it's more like forensic earth science, including anything which consists in earth science. Mainly originally related to anything about crime scene investigation, but they raised this topic toward the crime scene investigation. So don't think about like just a murder case, but everything about environmental forensic, like pollution and any investigation connected to pollution. And they involved the topic of forensic geohazard, and it's pretty new in 2018. So they connected this kind of field studies of fields in field investigation to natural hazard hit areas. So they try to combine in forensic geohazard the field of forensic research, so anything which connected to different kind of forensic topic, plus the geohazard topic. And how these 2 authors, Barone and Di Maggio, define the forensic geohazard topic has two main goals. Search for missing persons, it's very simple as a term, but difficult to do it. Or anything which is study of possible damage in the built environment. So you can imagine a natural disaster hit area and the study of the built environment. To do it, to future hazard mitigation and preventing future disaster. This is all theoretical. There is not too many studies connected to forensic geohazard in this moment, and I believe that generally forensic geohazard is a little bit bigger field than how Barona and DiMaggio defined it. And that's why I connected the term forensic geohazard profiling and created this term. Profiling is a very simple term than anything which connects data. So the goal of profiling in any topic to connect data and interpret this data to understand some mechanism or even some behavior if we talk about psychological profiling. So what does or why forensic geohazard is new, and why do we need forensic geohazard profiling? That's an interesting question, because generally we have hazard science. Well, hazard science itself is a multidisciplinary field, that we know, that including geographical knowledge, including geological knowledge or geophysical or engineering, geography in any field of geography, the social geography and physical geography as well, geomorphology. But why? So we need something which connects it all. The most geography is already relatively a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary science. But we need something which connects all this knowledge into with one focus, and this is the understanding natural hazards. And my idea with this forensic geohazard profiling is that forensic geohazard profiling itself can be that focus which put all together our knowledge to understand natural hazards in more detail, which means detailed study, but also synthesized description of hazards or the hazard itself we focus on. And the important part is it's influenced by the characterization, its unique and common features if we compare with other same type of hazards. So it's not simple understanding one natural disaster, because one natural disaster can be a focus in let's say geology or geophysicist. A geographer can compare a lot of different same type of hazard appearing in different fields, and the engineers can describe the effect, for example, of the natural hazard in built environment. But we should combine it somehow, and I think that focus really can be the forensic geohazard profiling. Okay, so we need it. That's that. I try to find evidence that my science is important, but let's see that how we can really do it, or what does that really mean, forensic geohazard profile. So let's bring an example. Let's find some analogy, okay? Because profiling, forensic profiling is relatively not a new thing. I'm sure a lot of you already, even if from different series, you can see profiling, forensic profiling. It's originally started to develop to describe forensic profiling, to describe criminals and criminal behavior. And my simple idea was that why not? Let's try to use the scheme which was applied for criminals in the case of natural hazards. I know it's a little bit wild idea, and I'm totally open to discuss it, but let's see why I think that these profiling stages can be applied for natural hazards too, and this help us to try to synthesize our knowledge about natural hazard, and it can help us to understand future hazards, and it can help us to give or to help us at future natural hazard mitigation. The general theme is not so difficult to understand. It has different stages. The profiling input, this is decision process, crime assessment. So it's about criminals. But let's try to put it in the case of natural hazard. And I created the version from the forensic science analogy for the forensic geohazard profiling or geohazard profiling. You should know, either way, and this is just a side comment, that the term geohazard or hazard profiling is an existing term. It's created around the first decade of of 2000, and it generally means to get historical and geographical information from the natural hazard for the future hazard mitigation management. So they generally creating in different regions and locations to see the disaster hit areas and try to create this hazard map about the dangerous areas. But I wanted to move a little bit further, because I think that this hazard map always build on the previous hazards and their limitation. For example, in Japan, the strongest tsunami, the 2011 tsunami is the natural hazard boundary of the tsunami. But it's not definitely good, because there can be bigger, that's for sure. So to understanding natural hazard, I try to create this scheme, which it looked difficult, but it's not that difficult if we dig deeper, and that's I try to prove you with a case study. Shortly about this figure, it contains all of my idea what we should know about the natural hazards, or one natural hazard, and then to understand a similar type of hazards in a little bit bigger scene. But I'm totally open to discuss any step of this figure. It's just a suggestion or some first step. Okay, the basic idea is that if we collect all of the information from field, from laboratory experiment, and of course the historical knowledge, we can get a more complex understanding about natural hazards compared to before. Okay, now let's see the case study. I think it's more interesting than my boring and a little bit too busy figures. So generally, this case study will be published in the forum Geography. So it's based on that paper, and a little bit I went a little bit forward to try to describe you the way of natural hazard profiling. So let's see the first step. You remember the first stage is the profiling input. So the profiling input in this case contains, for example, the background information, which in this situation the geological background, and as well the continuous appearance of volcanic activity in the case of Unzen volcano. The Unzen volcano generally built since the recent bodies of the volcano built in from the Middle Pleistocene, and the latest activity it's between 90 and 95, including, let's say, the earliest tremors and volcanic eruption related or volcanic activity related earthquakes in the region. So generally, the pyroclastic flow, which we talk about, is the part of this eruption period, and exactly it's the 15th of September in 91, which hit this elementary school. And this is not that pyroclast flow. It's one pyroclast flow before, and fortunately this one did not reach the elementary school. The next one did, and that's what we will talk about. I had to remove this from my presentation. We put my PDF, or we put the PDF in ResearchGate, so you can reach that. But it's a how can I say a copyright material, and I wanted to show, but I cannot put it in the. So now you can see. Please satisfy your eyes with this photo. And then unfortunately I had to remove. I tried to do some trick with Photoshop, but I think I was not brave enough to keep it in it, but because it's quite expensive to get this photo from Asahi Shimbun, although they never published it. You should know. But it's, you can imagine the effect of Unzen or this pyroclast flow on this elementary school, just seeing this picture. And you can see the influence of the volcano after the next pyroclast flow. The figure in the what's that, right side, sorry, I'm always confused about my hands. So the right side is the elementary school, the location of the elementary school hit after the pyroclast flow. Okay. Sorry, I put this chart in it. It's the history of the volcanic eruption. From a journal, you will find some references here. If you're interested in, you can just click on the link, or if you cannot reach for some reason the journal, I can send you. Okay, if you're interested in more in the referred papers. So we are talking about this eruption, which was the largest pyroclast flow, and I think that was the pyroclast flow which unfortunately killed the Kraft couple, the famous French volcanologist couple. So this was the killer pyroclast flow. You can see the effect on the museum. The interesting thing, sorry, I will just roll back because I forgot to tell you that in red you can see the pyroclast flow which hit the school, and the main body or one branch of the pyroclast flow, it went toward the valley, and this one is another on the side branch, and which hit the elementary school. So it bifurcated. I'm sorry, I used some fluvial terminology. I don't know how can I say pyroclast.
Sorry, Dr. Balas, the time is already up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so sorry, I can talk a lot. So the goal of this entire presentation that if you try to find some evidence, even in the field, very simple ones, and try to build your knowledge. For example, I try to collect information about the burnt object, which you can estimate the temperature. You can find not experienced or unexperienced behavior of the pyroclast flow. For example, in our case, there is a very, very big temperature differences inside the pyroclast flow based on the field evidences. It means like 300-400 Celsius differences in very, very short distance. So that's I think even in a old eruption, some evidence on the field and any other laboratory experience later can bring you new information. So sorry that I ran out of the time. The meaning of this entire presentation that I think we need more synthetic study about the natural hazard, and geography for sure can play a very big role in it because it exact synthetic nature as a science. Okay. That's all. And yes, of course, if you have any other question later or any request, just contact me and I can share more information.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
I ran out of the time.
No problem. Dr. Balas, please stand by because we still have a Q&A after this session. Okay.
I will.
So,
I will.
Yeah. Thank you so much for amazing presentation. I think this research very relatable for us now in Indonesia, as we know we had a lot of volcanic mountain and frequently eruption. Differentiate geohazard profiling to collect data in the field would be very important in the future. So, okay, run out of time. So we will next turn is for the second speaker, Dr. Syarif Sofirun from University Utara Malaysia with topic the use of energy in Malaysia, mapping energy flow from primary source to end source. I'm sorry, I can't find your CV completely. If you don't mind, may you introduce yourself first, and then you can start your presentation. So, Dr. Syarif Sofirun, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator Mbak Dewi, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Dr. Jumadi, Honorable Invited Speaker, lecturers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Before I start my presentation, I would like to introduce myself. I am Syafirin bin Sharif Ali, currently working at the University Utara Malaysia, and I just completed my PhD in 2019 from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, National University of Malaysia, 2 years ago. So I'm still green in the research arena, but inshallah I'm eager to do a lot of research after this. So all right. Please allow me to share my presentation. All right, can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
All right. Okay, the presentation today entitled "The Use of Energy in Malaysia: Mapping Energy Flow from Primary Source to End Use." So basically, the topic is a little bit different from the conference today, but it's still under the geography of the energy. All right. So for the introduction, we're always talking about the energy. So we really understand what is the energy it is. So energy, we can say that is the ability to do a work. So in the context of the energy is one of the most required resources essential for the economic and social development of a region or country. And due to high energy consumption, particularly fossil fuels, have resulted in major environmental disputes such as pollution and climate change. And therefore, improving energy efficiency is critical for plummeting greenhouse gases and steadying carbon emission. All right, so when we're talking about the energy sector of Malaysia, Malaysia has undergone remarkable growth and achieved a stable GDP of 6.5% per annum since 1972. And in the context of pursuing green growth for energy sustainability and resilience, the Malaysian government is voluntarily aiming to reduce greenhouse gases emission by up to 40% compared to 2005 level. And this will be done by adopting the sustainable consumption and production concept as a method of increasing resources for future generation. And therefore, adopting sustainable energy consumption on the and the production could help to reduce the negative effect of energy consumption on the environment. All right, as you can see from the figure here, based on this figure, in the context of Malaysia energy sector, natural gas represents approximately 41.90% of the Malaysia primary energy supply, followed by the crude oil 27.9% and coal 21.1%. And due to the rapid economic growth and high concentration of urban inhabitants, have resulted in high energy consumption in urban region. And for this matter, the high energy consumption, especially in the urban region, has resulted in a significant threat to the urban environment. For example, it exhibited by the urban heat island and also the intensify of the greenhouse gas emission. And if we look, and if we're talking about the Asian continent, for instance, China, India, and Japan, these three countries contribute approximately 53% of the global emissions. And if we are talking about the ASEAN region, the ASEAN region contribute approximately 1,298 million tons of carbon emission in 2016, which was mainly generated by Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. And therefore, we suggest that energy efficiency policies and energy saving for these sectors are becoming important issues in all economic sectors with the continuous expansions of urban, especially in urban region. Okay, we also believe that the high energy consumption also influenced by high number of population, and based on the time series analysis, as you can see from this figure, from 1980 to 2016, it shows that a significant correlation with the high number of population and the total of the electricity consumption in Malaysia. And we also believe that the urban region play a significant role as a user of energy and materials due to the high population and the economic growth. And if we are talking about the global megacities, for instance, Shenzhen in China, and utilize approximately 87% of the electricity power in end-use consumption, and it followed by the Osaka 85%, Tokyo 77%, and Sao Paulo about 67%. And based on this consumption from the megacities, for instance, Tokyo released approximately 60 million tons of the energy-related carbon dioxide, equivalent to 5.1% of Japan's domestic emission. And in the context of Malaysia, electricity consumption in Peninsular Malaysia increased from approximately 74,000 gigawatt per hour in 2005 to 116,000 or 45.2% gigawatt per hour in 2016. And in the same period, the electricity consumption per capita grew from 3,560 kilowatt per hour to 4,662 kilowatt per hour, correlating to an increase of approximately 30.95% in line with the population and economic growth in Malaysia. So this sector also is projected to grow by 2.9% from approximately 10 million tons of equivalent in 2013 to 22 million tons of equivalent in 2040, with the major electricity demand expected to come from the building sector, which is expected to make up around 68% of the total electricity demand in 2014. All right. So by understanding in details of energy would be meaningful for the energy sector in developing countries such as Malaysia. However, due to the limited information and data about the energy consumption has created challenges towards a sustainable energy consumption. And therefore, with the consideration of this matter, we hope that this presentation or manuscript can provide an information on the energy industry in the context of Malaysia. As you can see from this slide, in terms of the scale of the energy flow, numerous studies has been conducted by the previous study, and it shows that the scale of energy flow was mainly conducted at the national level and little at the global, regional, and local scale. So most of the studies especially at the national level, concentrated and to study on the China energy sector, but very little on the global, regional, and also local. So this is probably due to the limited information or data, especially for the local scale. All right. So these figures shows about the Malaysia energy flows in 1996. So as you can see from this figure, the major energy supply of the Malaysia in 1996 is coming from the natural gas and also crude oil. And most of the energy supply, especially natural gas, is generating the liquefied natural gas or LNG, which is to be exported abroad. And for the crude oil production, so most of the product is petroleum product. So most of it has been exported abroad as well, and some of it to be used at the in Malaysia. So in the context of the Malaysia energy flow in 2006, we can see that the major energy supply also coming from the natural gas and also crude oil, where the most of the product from this energy supply is LNG and also petroleum product. And on the 2016 also there is the increment of the coal and coke, especially from this year, whereby the major energy supplies remain contributed by the natural gas, crude oil, and also coal. So if we look at the trend from the 1996, 2006 and also 2016, there is a significant increment, especially for the coal consumption, and also the increment of the natural gas and the crude oil. But however, there is a decrement of the natural gas and also the crude oil in 2016. All right, so for this purpose of this study, we use energy accounting framework and also the Sankey diagram to portray the real picture of energy flow based on its various network and the processes. So by using the Sankey diagram, is actually enable the researchers to demonstrate the flow of the energy graphically and provide additional information and direction for the energy management and planning for the sustainability. And for this purpose, we use Sankey diagram to illustrate the complete picture of energy in the system study. So as you can see, the Sankey diagram show based on the width of the arrow and also the different colors. So for this purpose, so we only use a single color so that we can understand which energy supply that really contribute to the Malaysia energy sector. All right. So based on the 3 decades analysis from 1996, from the 1996, 2006, and 2016, we found that the energy production in Malaysia was highly dependent on natural gas and crude oil in all 3 years. So as the energy-dependent country, the production of the other resources, for instance, coal and coke, renewables, and hydropower remains low compared to natural gas and crude oil. And on the other hand, we found that the liquefied natural gas, LNG, and the oil product were the biggest export commodity in all 3 years. And based on the petroleum product, more than half of the oil used was diesel and the petrol. So in terms of the consumption, the transportation sector remains the biggest energy consumer, followed by industry and the non-energy sector, commercial, residential, and others sector. All right. So if we can see the trend analysis of the energy consumption and emissions output, we found that there is a strong correlation, a positive correlation between carbon emission and energy consumption in Malaysia. And according to Ang 2007, mentioned that there is a positive correlation between carbon emission and energy consumption, prove that high energy consumption will produce greater level of carbon emission to the atmosphere. It means that the more we use energy, the more carbon emission will be emitted. So this is the input that we need in terms of the energy. So as a public, as a human being in this world, so what is our role in order to maintain or monitoring the energy consumption and at the same time reducing the carbon emission? So this is the way the technology should come and play the part of the how to control the energy consumption, so that at the same time we can also control the carbon emission to the atmosphere. And the same pattern also indicate in Malaysia, whereby there is a significant linear relationship between energy consumption and population, with the R squared equals to 0.947. So as you can see from this figure, there is a linear relationship between carbon emission and also energy use in Malaysia from 1971 until 2014. So if we are looking at the current data also, it shows a significant correlation from 1971 until 2020 right now, with the R square also close to the 1. So it indicates that there is a strong correlation. All right, so in terms of the relation to the previous studies as well, we found that Malaysian energy sectors indicate that natural gas and crude oil was the main energy supply, whereby a petroleum product was the major commodity in 3 decades of the Malaysian energy sector. So comparatively, if you look at in terms of the China, the main energy supply in China was contributed by coal. And according to the previous study, Chong et al. 2014 mentioned that coal accounted for 68.7% of primary energy consumption in China, while coal represent about 72.6%. Renewable and nuclear power, only 22%, are the main fuel for electricity generation. All right, so in Canada also, fossil fuel dominated Canada energy mix, where the transportation sector was recorded as energy inefficiency sector, while the highest energy production was generated from the Alberta. So Alberta is one of the region in Canada which produce the most highest energy production in Canada. So if we look at the global scale, at the global, as global carbon emissions are continually rising, so it is significant to reduce the emission by promoting energy efficiency. And therefore, the scale and complexity of the global energy flow could be the key area for energy efficiency at the global level. So if we can look at the comparison energy consumption at the Southeast Asian, among Southeast Asian countries from 1990 to 2015, we can see that Brunei and Singapore are the major energy consumer from 1990 to 2015, followed by Malaysia, Indonesia, and Myanmar, Vietnam and Myanmar. So if we look at the data from the World Bank data from 2014 until 2020, it also indicates the same pattern. So whereby the Brunei and Singapore are the major energy consumer. So as a conclusion, we use the Sankey diagram to map the Malaysian energy flow from primary to end use. in 3 decades and analyzed the trends of energy production and carbon emission in Malaysia. And we found that the Malaysia energy sector are highly depending on the natural gas and also crude oil. So in terms of the carbon emission, there is a significant correlation between energy consumption and carbon emission in Malaysia. And therefore, this presentation has provided a fundamental knowledge and direction for future research, particularly in geography of energy. And I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharif Safirun, for the interesting presentation. It's so interesting to know that Sankey diagram can map the energy flow, especially for carbon emission. The increase in electricity is due to the urban population in Malaysia, and I think it's also happening in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are come to discussion, question and answer session for 10 minutes. I'd like to have 2 questions from the participant in the first round, and then we have 2 questions again for the second round. Every 2 questions will be answered immediately with the speaker. So please raise your hand feature in Zoom below, then unmute your microphone and camera, and don't forget to mention your name before giving question and to whom this question is addressed. The participant can also ask the question through the available chat column in Zoom. Please. So I still didn't see anything for raise hand. So, right. So if we don't have a question from the participant, I will read directly from the chat column. Okay. The first question from Mbak Vidya to Dr. Balas regarding the geohazard profiling, as you have shared in the presentation, can it be implemented in the case for landslide or flash flood, or it is limited for mount eruption only? And the second question to Dr. Sharif, in terms of the electricity usage in Malaysia, does the COVID-19 condition correlate to the higher energy consumption in Malaysia? In general, is there any regulation in Malaysia to control the carbon emission? So please, first, Dr. Balas, you can answer immediately.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Generally, you can apply for any type of natural hazard. I try to create this scheme which contains very general goals. So we can try. I'm totally open about this. I used it for the Unzanasa an example, but we can try to do any type of natural hazard, I guess. I'm already thinking about the Tohoku-oki tsunami, because I had some experience about that. But if you had if you have some example or some case study, I'm totally open, because I don't really have any wide field experience about it. It's in this moment, it's a very theoretical, except the Unzan case study. So absolutely, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. For the second question, please, Dr. Sharif.
All right, thank you for the questions. So this is very interesting result when we are talking about the electricity consumption during the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia. So before the pandemic, we found that the electricity consumption generally concentrated at the urban area, especially at the commercial area. But when the movement control order has been implemented by the government of Malaysia, whereby the people are restricted to stay at home, so most of the energy, especially electricity consumption, have shifted from the urban area to the residential area. So that is the interesting finding. If you look at the electricity consumption before and during the pandemic of COVID-19. So in terms of the regulation in Malaysia, is there any regulation to control the carbon emission? Yes. So when we are talking about the electricity consumption, our government is very serious in order to reducing the carbon emission. For instance, even though the energy star rating appliances in Malaysia is still ongoing, so right now we only have around 6 major appliances which required high power rating of the appliances. So the initiative from the government itself is very serious in order to control the carbon emission, and not only from the household sectors, but also coming from the various technologies has been implemented, especially in the transportation sectors, whereby we are promoting the use of the public transport and also the carpool system as well. And also there is the initiative for the household who are able to reduce the electricity consumption. So there will be a rebate for the household who are using less than Malaysia ringgit, 30 ringgit. So there will be a free without any cost for the electricity consumption. So that's kind of the initiative by the government right now in order to encourage Malaysian to control the electricity consumption and also to reduce the greenhouse emissions in Malaysia.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharif. Anyone for participants? Please, if you have a question for Dr. Balas and Dr. Sharif, please raise your hand below and then open your microphone and camera. We're still waiting for your question. All right. Actually, we still don't have a question from the participants. Maybe this is a question from myself at all. From Dr. Balas, on 4 December 2021, the Mount Semeru volcano in Lumajang Regency, East Java Province in Indonesia had its largest eruption in recent history and product a hot cloud avalanche with volcanic material and heavy asphalt. Can this method, as you presented before, also be used to analyze as well as to the Onokoba Elementary School case study?
Yeah, I think it generally there is so this entire process is not new. I collected generally all the possible way of investigation into one line of investigation. The important thing, I think, that you have to collect as much as information you can with a lot of different type of method and try to build this profile. It's really nothing else. It's not a new or magical thing. It just if you go there and you see the effect of the volcano and compare it with other eruptions from this own volcano and other similar type of eruptions, then you can build better models, I believe, than just rely on one eruption. That the last eruption was that big, so we're expecting maximum the same big eruption. So yes, I guess it's really just up to the and even you don't need difficult tools to measure. I think it's rely on a lot of field experience, which is important, I think, in earth science in general. And then how you investigate it is up to you. It's more like you need a precise, very, very precise investigation. Of course, with the respect of the citizens there. That's always a sensitive thing, that how scientists are expected to intervene in the life of people when they have more problem than just answering some question from the scientists. So, but generally, yes, it's really nothing new. Just some systematic study compared to some part. It needs to be the whole to see the entire picture. That's all. Okay. So you can, of course.
Okay, thank you so much for the clearly answer. So everyone, if we still have a time, 3 minutes. I still didn't see a raise hand from the participants. Okay. So, okay. I have a question individually for Dr. Sharif Sofirun. As global carbon emissions are continually rising, it's significant to reduce the emission by promoting energy efficiency. Right. What can countries do to reduce carbon emissions significantly? And for the Sankey diagram, can it also analyze for the future of energy flow?
All right, thank you for the questions. So, as mentioned by the moderator just now, as the global carbon emission is rising, so what can the countries can be done in order to reduce the energy, the carbon emissions? All right. I believe that this is where the technology should take part, because if we are talking about the developed countries, so they have a very cutting edge technology. So compared to the developing countries, so we still need the energy in order to grow. And at the same time, we have the technology part also is very limited at the developing countries. So based on this, there are another solution which can be done by the government in any countries, especially in developing countries. For instance, this is where the public should take part. This is where the government can promote how to reduce the energy consumption and at the same time to reduce the energy consumption. For instance, maybe in Malaysia right now, our government has promoting that for those who can generate the renewable energy, you can sell that renewable energy to the government and then you can get the rebates from it. So this is kind of the initiative that can be implemented in the context of the energy. Even though the initiative look a little bit is a very small initiative, but it can contribute to the major significant, especially to reduce the carbon emissions. And the second questions about the Sankey diagram. All right, so the use of the Sankey diagram is actually mainly used in the energy sectors. So whereby we can use to portray the flow of the energy. But we can also use the Sankey diagram, for instance, how we can show the, for example, in my new publications, we use the Sankey diagram to show the food waste, quantification from the input, process, and the output. So whenever studies that use the system approach from input, process, and output, you can apply the Sankey diagram. So it's not only can be used in the energy studies as well, but also can use in terms of the waste management, in terms of the even in terms of the education also can be used, how we can show the graduates employabilities flow, how we can use it as the tool to portray the complete picture of the development in any region. So it's not only specific to the energy. So you can use it in any studies as well. For instance, maybe in the earthquake also, when the first eruption, so we can monitor, we can get the information like, okay, how much the carbon emission has been produced from the first emission, from the first eruption. And then what are the output? As an output means that after the eruption, so what is the level of the carbon emission? So you still can use the Sankey diagram to show the flow and how much it has been reduced from the first eruption until to the end of it. So I think that's my answer for the questions.
Thank you so much. One question again for the last time from Mas Hamim Zaki to Dr. Balas. Regarding your framework of geohazard forensic, it is possible to create a more simple framework that can be implemented in early education curriculum in order to increase awareness and the knowledge regarding natural hazard mechanisms since early age. So anyway, did you get inspiration to understand geohazard forensic from popular Japanese detective Conan series? Okay.
First, I would like to answer the second question. No, I'm not, but I'm really was amazed by Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I love them most. I think when I'm thinking what was the inspiration for my forensic research is more like them, especially Dr. Watson. Sherlock Holmes is always so smart. Dr. Watson was like, okay, anyway, the first question is, yeah, I think it's really just simply for younger generations to the first starter is to understand the nature, and if they look around, then they will. So because some part of the forensic geohazard profiling is nature oriented, I would do some possible field trips for students and show them. I mean, not the real eruption, but the effect of the eruption. For example, not definitely the how can I say the horrific part, but how it works. And I think it helps a lot in any natural science, especially in earth science. If you go to a field and show them that this amount of material can deposit it so fast, can you imagine how it can cover a building, for example? What you can do if you see this or that kind of processes. Especially now, you can almost find everything on YouTube or any social site. So if there are some natural disaster or environmental disaster, on the day, even after the event, you can already find something. And I think that's the 21st century. So you can dig out these kind of things and show them. Of course, with a little control on the gruesome part, but I think it can be also very helpful. I'm using in my presentations the social site video, so of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Thank you so much for the amazing answer for Dr. Balas and Dr. Sarif Safirun. Maybe 5 questions is enough for us now. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the panel session. Before I close the session, I would like to give a conclusion from Dr. Balas. Geohazard profiling is a detailed study that synthesizes description of a hazard and its unique and common features. It is beneficial for hazard mitigation, and for Dr. Sharif Shafirun, we topic the use of energy in Malaysia. In conclusion, it is beneficial to have understanding in detail energy flow, as it can contribute to the energy sector in developing countries like Malaysia. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are to come to lunch break. I'd like to thank you for the invited speaker, Dr. Balas Bradak from Kobe University, Japan, and Dr. Syarif Syafirun from University Utara Malaysia for the informative and interesting presentation, and all of the participants for the active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will give benefit for us. Thank you for the attention. See you later on the next session and at 1 p.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So now for the certificate, Mbak Vidya.
All right, we'd like to thank to Dr. Syarif Syafirun and Dr. Balas Bradak for the nice presentation and the nice talk. And so the first certificate is awarded to Dr. Balas Bradak. All right, thank you very much for Dr. Balas Bradak. Thank you for your nice talk, and I hope we can continue to collaborate to, for example, in the research and other aspects. Thank you. And the next for the certificate is awarded to Dr. Syarif Syafirun from University Utara Malaysia. Again, thank you very much to Dr. Syarif Syafirun as a guest speaker in Icgdm 2021. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for your active participation. After this, we have a lunch break until 1 p.m. and then at 1 p.m. we continue to the next invited speech. Thank you. You may have lunch break. Assalamualaikum.
Recording stopped.
Can we start, Mbak Vidya?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, it's clear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Our third session panel of the conference is about to begin. I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome back again with me, Dewi Novitasari, as moderator of the last session today. Thank you very much for still joining us at the third International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, Icgdm 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation, I would like to read again the sequence of the last session today. In this session, we have 4 invited speakers, who all of invited speakers have around 25 minutes for presentation. Now, I will read one by one our agenda on this session today. First, opening remarks by moderator. Second, presentation time for 4 invited speakers. It will be in sequence. First, speaker is Dr. Yazid bin Saleh from Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. The second speaker is Professor Dr. Raju Sarkar from Delhi Technology University, India. Next will be followed by Samuel Medayese, Master of Science from University KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa as the third speaker. And the last speaker is Dr. Usman Umar Jimoh from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. At the end of session 3, we have also discussion, question and answer, session for 20 minutes, start from 20 to 3 until 3 p.m. Then we have a closing remark of day 1 by moderator. And for those who are not speakers, please turn off your microphone as well so we can focus on the material. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's open our third session by saying basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. For the next agenda is presentation session. For the first turn will be given by the first speaker in session 3, Dr. Yazid bin Saleh. I would like to read a CV. Dr. Yazid bin Saleh has received PhD or Dr. Falsafah from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Now he is a lecturer from the Faculty of Human Science, Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Tanjung Malim, Perak, Malaysia. Spesialis in Geografi Manusia or Human Geography. Please welcome Dr. Yazid bin Saleh from Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, with the topic Sustainability Level of Heritage Cities in Malaysia. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
First of all, I want to wish thank you very much to Mrs. Chairperson, and thank you to the organizer for inviting me, and it's really an honor for me to share my thought and idea regarding on heritage cities in Malaysia in this conference. For your information, this paper is part of my full research, which is funded by Ministry of Education Malaysia, which is the main objective is to build a Malaysian Sustainability Heritage City Index. So without further ado, can we start the focusing on the slide? Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, my presentations, this is my outline of the presentation. We have 5 parts: introduction, methodology and study areas, findings, discussion, and the conclusion. Okay, next please. Before I start my presentation, let me quote the statement that the people without the knowledge of their past history, origin and culture is a tree without roots. That shows how important our heritage, such as intangible and unintangible heritage, to our life and especially to our cities. Next. From the macro perspective, I like to link, to shows the link between the heritage cities, sustainable heritage cities in a sustainable development, which is, everybody knows, sustainable development can be defined as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. And the sustainable development combines economic, social, and environment sustainability. It starts, the idea starts from the Limit to Growth, 1972, the Brundtland Report, the Summit, and the Decade for Sustainable Development. And the most recently, the Sustainable Development Goals, which have 70 key goals that each country must act on. And the sustainable development in urbanization has resulted in several changes in the global urbanization agenda, including the Healthy Cities Movement, the Local Agenda 21, and the latest one is the New Urban Agenda. And all this movement and all these things is to create the sustainable cities by 2030. And next slide, please. For the first time, when we are talking about sustainable development goals, for the first time we must look at the Agenda 11, especially 11.4, which is states that sustainable cities and communities, and it is refers in SDG on September 2015, and this emphasized the importance of cultural heritage indicator in sustainable urban development, particularly in historical cities. And the target of 11.4 call for strengthening effort to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. And as everybody knows, culture has a crucial role to play in SDG 11 and make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. On the other side, slide please. To reach the sustainable cities based on 2015 SDG goals, in a global perspective, we have a global cities indicator, city data books, sustainable city index, and Thailand's sustainable development index, and many others. In Malaysia, next slide, we are committed to implement the SDG agenda and adopting the new urban agenda in the context of sustainable urban development. It is important for Malaysia to have a data that measure to level, have a data that measure the level of sustainability of its heritage city. That means when we look at the sustainable development goals, they are focusing on the sustainable cities. And the other one, when we look at the micro perspective, when we are talking about cities, there are a lot of cities. One of them is a heritage city. That's why in this presentation, I'm trying to focusing on the heritage sustainability cities in Malaysia. And we look at the documents in Malaysia. In 11 Malaysian plans, we also stated the sustainability cities and its heritage, and also in National Urbanization Policy Vision 2, or what we call it Dasar Pembandaran Negara, which state to provide sustainable cities for prosperity. And we also have a National Heritage Act that policies relating to conservation and preservation of heritage in Malaysia. And lastly, we also have a MurniNet 2.0 to assess the sustainability level of Malaysia cities and towns based on the selected performance and indicator. So, next slide. A sustainable heritage city, from the micro perspective, is cities that can provide the safe living facilities, adequate recreation sites, and equipped with efficient water, electricity, communication, unemployment opportunities, and also empowering the identity of nation known for its architectural, ethnic, language, cultural, and religious complexity. So this paper aims to measure the level of sustainability of heritage cities in Malaysia using five indicators that have been built especially for measure the level of sustainability. The determination of the five indicators used in this paper is based on the requirement and policies of sustainable development. Next slide. In Malaysia, we have around 162 cities that can be classified as heritage cities. This is because 162 cities existed before the Second World War, 1941. And two of them are Malacca and Georgetown that have been listed in the World Heritage Sites. So in this study, we selected 10 cities from 5 study zones, namely Penang and Georgetown and Taiping. It represents the northern zone, which I will show the map later. Kuala Kubu Baru in Jugra, which represents the central zone. Tampen and Bandaraya Melaka and Muar, which represent the southern zone, and Kuala Lipis, Kota Baharu represent each East Coast zone, and lastly Kuching, Sarawak, which represent East Malaysian zone. And the justification for selection, as I said before, we have 162 cities. We must select the cities, 10 cities, based on this justification, which is in another slide. So 10 cities that we selected is cities with historical significance. That means the age of the cities and the quantity, the amount of heritage buildings. And that city also represent all hierarchy of cities in Malaysia. The big cities, small cities, and intermediate cities. And all cities represent all regions in Malaysia, which I said before, East Coast region, Central region, Southeast region. Then, to select the cities also based on the uniqueness. The border cities, the clean cities, the cleanest tourist cities, World Heritage cities, etc., etc. Then the cities also have a cultural significance, which had a tangible and intangible heritage, such as heritage or cultural lifestyle, heritage tourist attraction, and cultural heritage buildings. And the other criteria is the cities must have an economic activities, both modern and cultural economic activities. And lastly, cities have a uniqueness based on urban design. Because one of our cities, one of the selected cities is Kuala Kubu Baru. Kuala Kubu Baru is the first garden cities in Malaysia, which has been built in 1920 or 1930 during the movement of garden cities idea. Okay, we look at another slide. This is the study area. This is Malaysia. Then all the dot is the city, 10 cities that has been selected. And if we look at another slide, show a picture. The first one is Georgetown in the northern Malaysia, and the other one is Taiping, also in the northern Malaysia. Then the Kuala Kubu Baru, Kuala Kubu Baru, which I said the first garden cities in Malaysia. Jugra, a small cities, Malay heritage cities. Then the other one is Melaka, one of the famous heritage city in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. And another slide. Another one is Kota Baharu. Kota Baharu is the famous Malay traditional and Islamic cities in Malaysia. So the other one is Lipis. Lipis, which is represent the Southeast region. Lipis is the old cities which has been an administrative cities during the colonization in Malaysia. And the other one is Tampin. Tampin is a border cities between Melaka and Negeri Sembilan. And lastly is Kuching, Sarawak, which represent the Malaysia Timor, East Malaysia region. So that is 10 selected cities in this studies. Then next slide. To determine the number of sample, we are using a lot of criteria, especially Cressy and Morgan. We are using also a Cohen, and the rule thumb of Tabachnik and Fidel, Comrie and Lee. Then at the end, we are taking 1,000 people based on the guidelines of the 3 conditions. So this study sampling 1,000 people, which is 100 people selected from each and every selected cities in this study. We are sampling on the city center, then using an instrument with in the next slide, we are asking the respondent regarding on the economic prosperity, social well-being, environmental well-being, cultural heritage, role of government. So there are 5 main constructs that we use to get a feedback from our respondent to know their opinion about their heritage cities. And next slide. All the data we analyze using a descriptive method to obtain the value of frequency, percentage, mean of each variable and average means. So cut-off point were utilized to make the understanding of this level easier. So from the data, we make a cut-off points that score 1 to 2.33 is a low level, 2.34 to 3.6 is a moderate level, and 3.67 to 5 is a high level. So this score we are used for leveling the 10 selected cities. So we are using this, either this city has on the high level, moderate or low level. So the findings, if we look at the slide, on economic prosperity, we find that Taipei is the first on the top level, the highest level, and it's followed by Georgetown and Bandaraya Melaka. Social well-being, the other construct is social well-being. Next slide. In social well-being, we find that Georgetown is on the highest level, mean 4.10, and followed by Taipei and Muar. Then the third construct is environmental well-being. Next slide. The environmental well-being, we find that there are no cities at the highest level. Most of them is on the moderate level. And cultural heritage, the other one, next slide, we find that Taipei on a high level, followed by Georgetown, and followed by Melaka. Then the last construct is government and community role. Other slide. We find that Taipei also on the top level, and followed by government, and followed by Melaka. So from this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 construct, we find that Georgetown, Taipei, and Melaka always be on the top level or in the highest level based on the findings. Then when we look at the overall, it shows that Taipei, the first one, Georgetown, the second, Melaka, the third, and Muar, the fourth. That's mean in this research, by using this analysis, we find that Taiping, Georgetown, and Bandaraya Melaka is on the top or on the highest level of sustainability cities, or what we call it sustainability heritage cities in Malaysia. And why? So if we make a cross check from the primary data that we found in field questionnaire, and the secondary data, we found it is no wonder Taiping be the number one or the highest level, because in 2019 Taiping placed at the third place behind Ljubljana, Slovenia, and Vancouver, Canada, in the best cities category of the award. Recognizes cities that show leadership in urban sustainability and avoiding disruptive over tourism. So Taiping have won what we call it rewards or recognize his ataupun recognize the cities before. And
excuse me, Dr. Yazid, the time is running up.
Okay, thank you. Melaka and Georgetown, it is because they are listed in World Heritage City. So the cities are well maintained, protected, and preserved, either intangible and tangible heritage. And the fourth, Muar, is one of the royal town in Malaysia and has been named the cleanest tourist cities in Asia, in ASEAN, in 2019. So it also known for historical architecture, its great street food, and its reputation as a laid-back pensioner paradise. Final slide, another slide, please. The last cities. Next. The last cities is Jugra. Is on the lowest level because all the sustainability construct measure moderate readings. It is because Jugra is a small town situated far from the urbanized area and the lack of attraction, either tourism and economic. Next slide. So for the conclusion, this is only descriptive analysis. It's early findings and descriptive analysis for the level of sustainability in 10 selected cities in Malaysia. Through this finding, all parties, especially the local authority or the cities with moderate level of sustainability, need to take steps to plan and develop their cities for a better future, especially without neglecting the construct already discussed here. The core insights with the efforts to make the heritage city an inclusive, livable, and prosperous city for the community by 2030 as targeted by SDG. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Yazid, for the amazing insight. It's really interesting that Malaysia have a good level of sustainability in this regard because construct of economy, social, and cultural heritage. Dr. Yazid, please still stand by with us because we still have a Q&A session in the last speaker. Next turn is for second speaker, Professor Dr. Raju Sarkar from Delhi Technology University, India. I see Dr. Raju in the list of participants. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can find your CV completely. So if you don't mind, please introduce yourself first and then start your presentation. Please welcome. The time is yours.
Thank you, David. Before saying some words about me or my work, I'd like to thank you very much, the organizing committee, for especially Dr. Aditya Saputra, who is a very close friend of mine. So he has requested me to have a talk in this international workshop. So I'm really thankful to you all that you have invited me. So about myself, I'm Raju Sarkar. I'm a professor in Department of Civil Engineering in Delhi Technological University, which is a government university. And prior to joining back to my parent organization, Delhi Technological University, I was in Bhutan on Government of India deputation for 3.5 years. There I established some research centers called Center for Disaster Risk Reduction and Community Development Studies in Bhutan. And we have lots of international projects. And there I have met my invitee, my friend, Dr. Aditya Saputra. So that way I'm come to, and then I'm the group of the UMS Indonesia, that we have collaboration also. So about my work, I do in natural disaster, and mostly related to earthquake and landslide. And I do application of remote sensing and GIS as well as geospatial technologies in disaster risk reduction, as I say, do landslide, mostly an earthquake. So I am also leading an international group of funded by International Science Council of a project. It's called Impact of Climatic Change and Land Use, Land Cover, and Socio-Economic Dynamics on Landslide in Asia and South Asia area region. So where one of my team members are from Indonesia, then Bangladesh, India, Bhutan, Australia, and Japan. So this is my brief background. So hopefully there will have more introduction in coming days. So about my topic, I have chosen the topic related to the 2015 Nepal earthquake. I'd like to share my screen here.
Yes.
Are you able to see my screen, please?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Yes. So I have chosen this topic because I extensively work in 2015 Nepal earthquake because I was quite associated with some of the organizations of Nepal since 2008, but they have faced some major earthquake in the year 2015. So that's why I chosen this topic, because as long as I know, Indonesia also faced recently, just 2 weeks back, a major earthquake, and I do feel all are safe now. And so thought to add this one because I'm not putting too much about the geographical point of view, but it's a generalized point of view that how the society has come up, how the recovery issue has come up, what exactly has been done just after the earthquake. So that is from a society, sociologist point of view, from a engineering point of view, from a technologist point of view. I try to put it all the slides. So this is pre and post 2015 Gorkha Nepal earthquake and what we lessons learned. This is my topic. I am also associated with Commission on Education and Outreach. It is called IASPE, International Association of Seismology and Physics of the Earth Interiors. It is one of the statutory body of International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics. So I am heading this Commission on Education Outreach. So we used to organize many workshops or many training programs. So hopefully in coming days, I will be able to get some of the participants who are also attending here in our activity. So just I'd like to start with one small video of 1 or 2 minutes, which is quite available in the YouTube. I thought to add it here. Just have a look on this slide and this video, and the year was from 1995 to 2005. These are nothing but the many earthquakes is happening. You see, the more glowing means more major earthquake is happening. So 1996 we have reached, then next 1997. Vidya, are you able to see my video? Devi, are you able to see my video?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. 1999. 2000. If you consider from 1995 to till now, you see the earthquake is increasing. Actually, more and more glowing is coming up, more and more area is covering. So I'd like to put one question just after 2005. Let's see whether you are able to answer this or not. 2004 and then 2005. See, if I consider the first slide, whatever we have seen in the in 2000, sorry, in 2000, if I'm considering this one 1995, you see this is the photograph, and if I go to the 2000 last one, 1990, 2005, it was like this. So what happened exactly? Can you tell me what exactly happened in this period? Do you have any idea that what happened? If you feel that, you can please write it down in the chat box so that our friend can tell me what exactly the answer you want to give. Any idea? Can any one of you? Did you get the question? Yes, chat box I am getting. Yes, the tectonic plate become more active. Aditya has written. Thank you, Aditya. I'm able to hear you. I'm able to see your question. And anyone else? Okay, because time is running out. Just to give me the answer. Actually, just freely speaking, it is not related with the tectonic plate become more active and all. Actually, this is related with the more and more awareness has come up to all the government agencies just after 1996 Kobe earthquake. And it has happened, why? Because more and more early warning system has come up towards that country. And once more and more early warning system or earthquake monitoring systems are there, then more and more our data are getting. And as a result, we are able to get more and more activity. And one portion, Aditya, you are also right. Yes, some of the activity of the tectonic plates are also going on. But since tectonic plates are active, so it is easily able to get from those early warning systems. So that is why that after 1996, UN has taken up some steps. UNDRR, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, and they have taken up some steps. And this way, more and more country has been given from some of the funding from the World Bank, the Nation Development Bank, and they are able to buy more and more early warning system. So that's why more and more, the data we are able to get it, and this way the whole generation has, the data generation has come up, and as a result, we are able to see this video. So next one. So this is the historic events from 1905 to 2015. It's almost 110 years data in this SAARC region, because as you know, there are 8 countries in the SAARC, and this is the SAARC region I'm talking about. This is the Nepal. If you see, this is Bhutan, the China is nearby, Pakistan is India, then somewhere this Sri Lanka, the Maldives are somewhere here. So all the countries are there, and you see that more and more. This is the Nepal earthquake, and you see lots of tectonic activities are going on in this region. So this is a measure about whom I'll tell you in my next slide. The more and more major earthquake is happening in this area. So in the year 2005, Wilhelm and Ambrose said, is it a gap-filling earthquake because of which the Nepal earthquake of 2015 has taken place? Because if you see this one, this is the reason that I'm talking about. This is the Nepal, this is India, this is Bhutan, then some of China is here. So this is the reason. In fact, this portion is the Kashmir and where 2005 there was a major earthquake took place. So this is the reason. So rather Wilhelm and Ambrose tried to convince that, tried to say that is it because of the gap filling? Because if I'm considering 2015 Kathmandu earthquake, it was somewhere here. So is it because of that gap filling? That is what it has mentioned, because some question mark they have put it up. But instead of that reason, the earthquake has taken place here. So this is the one that I tried to put it out in this figure. So now some basic questions I'd like to ask, and these way I'd like to say the basic thing also, that is this is related with the answers also. Here you see that I'm just putting the question, I'm also giving the answer. We know how to reduce earthquake deaths. So why we are not doing it? Answer is in that question that we know earthquakes are much deadlier in places where buildings are poorly constructed. Vulnerable regions like California, Japan, and Chile have taken steps to modernize their building codes, dramatically reduce their risk and over the past history. Then why has not this happened in countries of SAARC, not only SAARC, but if I'm in Southeast Asia region also, like Indonesia, Malaysia. So there are also nearby regions where experts have warned again and again that massive earthquakes are inevitable, but still we are not able to save lives. Why? Answer is because we, the people of Southeast Asia region, has slowed down to take the necessary steps to prepare for earthquake. Tucker said in the year 2013. And as a result, thousands of people are dying because we have slowed down. Now question comes up, why we have slowed down? our progress. So this is why we have slowed down. First question comes, answers comes a funding problem, because we are in the form of developing countries. As a result, funding problem is always there. Again, upgrading building quarries or buildings is very expensive. There might be unique obstacles at work, because just after the Nepal earthquake, there was a civil unrest was there, and due to which some unique obstacle has been taken, no development was there. Similarly, psychological, because lots of people still used to say that whenever the natural disaster is happening, there is nothing but an act of God. It is very unfortunate that we used to consider still now. So next, again, the poorly countries often fall behind in preparing for quakes, but we know the buildings persist so many earthquake-prone regions. Why? We have poorly built construction, because rapid population growth. If I'm considering a particular area, everyone, this is called migration problem. Because you see, if I'm considering a remote place, everyone wants to go to the developed place, and this is nothing but your cities. So from the village, people want to go to the cities, and since city is a definite area is there, so they cannot increase horizontally. But why? Instead of that, they are increasing vertically, because initially it was 2-story building. Now you'll find it's 8-story or 5-story or 6-story building, because vertically increment is going on. As a result, more and more load is coming up, and more vulnerable things are happening. So very difficult to build good buildings at the rate at what it is needed, because if you want to go for any construction, considering about what is called the main building code, if I'm considering a building code, the construction of building is always high. Similarly, upgrading whatever the old building is that after doing the retrofitting, if you want to go for the new building, so it is very much expensive. And new buildings are often hastily built, because we do not depend on the lots of engineers, but instead of that, we'll have to go for the masons. Whatever the masons are saying, we want to follow them. So that is the problem that we are getting. So next one is just I would like to start with this small introduction here, and that a strong earthquake of magnitude 7.8 on 25th of April 2015 pre-noon, because the time was 11:41 a.m. Nepal time. Then Gorkha and Sindhupal area, there was around a major earthquake took place and killing 6,500 people. A large number of landslide has happened just after the earthquake, and those landslide was continuing till June. Though not from April, then after 1.5 months, so there were many landslides were happening in that area. So then earthquakes is followed by a series of aftershock, and out of which four aftershock is very eminent. One is magnitude of 6.6 on the same day, because it is, you may ask, on the 25th of April, the main event 10.8 has occurred, but the same day, so magnitude 6.6 again you have mentioned. So it is nothing but, please do remember the main event has been taken place 11:41 a.m., but this is 6:15 p.m. in the evening. So that's the same day, and is considered the aftershock. Similarly, on 26th April, magnitude 6.7, then magnitude 7.3 on 12th of May, and magnitude 6.3 again on 12th of May. This is again in the morning as well as late in the night. So it has happened. So this is nothing but the Nepal earthquake. If I'm considering major belt here, you can see that India plate is merging towards the Eurasian plate 43 mm per year. This sometimes is called 5 centimeter per year. So this type of changes is happening, and you see the major earthquake, if I'm considering magnitude in 1934 Bihar Nepal earthquake, magnitude 7.8, about whom I'm talking right now, the Nepal earthquake. Similar, there is another major 6.9 magnitude earthquake of 1988. So there are other earthquake like Shillong earthquake of 1897 is the next area only. Again, Great Assam earthquake of 1950. This is the belt that we are talking about. So if I'm considering of the landscape, seismic landscape view, this is the main event of here, and this is done by Bhutan, then the Mount Everest, then China, and we are considering from this part. So this is the one that I'm trying to put it out as a seismic landscape. So aftermath of the earthquake, there are 75 districts in Nepal, and based on the extensive damage I mentioned in this category, Sindhupal Chowk, Kathmandu, Nuwakot, Dhading, Gorkha, Kabrapalan Chowk, Bhaktapur, Lalitpur, Dholakha. These are the places that I try to put it up. There are more and more major losses there, so the color is changing accordingly. From here you can see this is the one that earthquake represented and all the losses. So that after the earthquake, this is the one that based on GOP sources, fully damaged building were almost 500,000. The partially damaged were 29 to 30,000, you can say. Interesting part, that is what I have said you, that till June, the landslide was happening. It is around 41 people died on 12th of June 2015 due to landslide triggered by heavy rainfall that buried 6 villages in Pabelan district. You know, just I try to tell you because all of you know, because some of our friends who are attending this workshop, they might know that there are two types of landslide that we consider. It is rainfall induced, another is earthquake induced. But sometimes it has been seen from not only from 2015 Nepal earthquake, but in the year 2011 Sikkim earthquake of India. It has been seen that just after the earthquake, it was rainfall was there. So whatever the soil, whatever the mass of the hill that has already been shaped, the slide already been shaped, so it has reinforced with that water, and those water nothing but in the form of rainfall. So as a result, you can say it is a rainfall-induced landslide, but or you can say that earthquake-induced landslide, but reinforced with the rainfall. So this way it happened. More and more people died here also. Some of the photographs I tried to put it up here. There's a modern building where lots of cracks has been developed in this part of the world. So just after the earthquake, landslide and rock falls. Similarly, multi-story reinforced building were going on. I'm a little bit fast, sorry, because time is clicking. So that's why I have to cover many slides. So that is why I'm going a little bit fast. So by the time of question and answer, maybe I'll be able to take up lots of questions if participants want to. So again, the geotechnical impacts, this is the landslide that will happen in the Balua, and this is the ground movement. You see the vertical movement were done in many places, and mostly this is nothing but the national highway covering the Nepal, and it's called Araniko Highway. It's one of the famous highway. The vertical displacement were there of the soil ground surface. Similarly, here also in Bhaktapur area. So impacts of residential buildings. There are three types of building has been seen in the entire Nepal. One is the very, I mean, what is called, it's called a traditional wood frame construction, which are in the remote places. You can see that similarly reinforced concrete. These are the reinforced concrete which are common in the modern places like Jalalpur, and similarly that Kathmandu, the modern places. Similarly, unreinforced masonry, because it is nothing but two combinations. They try to put it as this one. This is called URM, unreinforced masonry construction, with masonry which are stone, burnt clay bricks, cement blocks, mud or cement mortar with no earthquake resistant features. So here you may find some earthquake resistant features, but here it is not. So similarly, damage assessment, you can consider main reason ground shaking induced damage. It is not but because of the earthquake. So these are nothing but the damaged home. This is in the Gorkha district, in the Balua area. In the mountain slope, it is nothing but a slope where some of the crack has been developed, and as a result, the whole building got collapsed. So similarly, reinforced concrete structure, you can see it's called impounding. You can see that how the building and the close view of this photograph is here, because both the sides has been tilted up from each other. Similar, some of the pancaking you can see. So then masonry structures, and then mostly the whole unreinforced masonry got maximum support due to this earthquake. You can see some of the Songkhu area, some damage here is in the Bhaktapur area. So similarly in the heritage structures, because earthquake do not leave the, I mean, as we say that people used to think of the act of God, but it is nothing but a God also never, I mean that escape of those buildings which are constructed for them. So that's why you can see here too that the Kathmandu Valley has more than 250 cultural heritage structures are certified by the UNESCO. And the Daga style, similarly Pagoda style, which in the architecture point of view, you can see the structures has been considered the Daga style, Pagoda style. And mostly with the timber frames and brick masonry walls. Extensive damage was observed in these heritage structures with partial to near total collapse of several structures. It is in the Swayambhunath Stupa, it is a Buddhist temple, and similarly, this is nothing but a Lord Shiva temple. It is in the Bhaktapur area, and it is called Darbar Square. Some of the photographs I like to put it here because I try to put those photographs which will be able to, you will be able to come through what exactly can happen. You have to give lots of discussion about it because photographs are saying lots of things. So Bhaktapur, the Demis building here, this is the city landmark, Dharara Tower, and this is another temple. So in fact, you know, Prime Minister's building was also not safe enough to withstand the load which has come from the dynamic loading with the earthquake. So Prime Minister's Secretary building in Kathmandu, made of RC frame with a reinforced masonry fields of brick cement block units in lower storage space, extensive damage, and it is mostly happened after the aftershock of 12th of May 2015 of magnitude 7.3. So some schools damages, it's quite able to see, and kids are kids, they were playing some sort of table tennis here after the collapse of the building, it could have collapsed of the building. Some of the primary school, some of the middle school, you can see, I'm not going in details because photographs are saying so many things. Then in the medical facilities, this is the big hospital, the biggest hospital of Kathmandu. There are lots of cracks has been developed because building were not safe. And this is a private hospital, still medical hospital. I know there lots of aftershock was happening, so that's why all the people has been, the patients has been, or the affected people, they have been kept out from the building so that they do not face any type of problem during this earthquake and aftershock. So another one is that this is the bridge, the suspension bridge has been collapsed within that earthquake in the Gorkha district. Some of the water structures, this is some pipeline got corrupt because of the boulder which are coming from the in a very high speed from the high elevation to the lower elevation. This is the earthquake. So in fact, here is some partial temporary flood also been arranged. So flood also been occurred within this. Bhatekachi had the powerhouse. So similarly, electrical power, you can see there are lots of extensive damage. In fact, electricity was not there for almost 2 to 3 weeks just after the earthquake, because when I visited in the month of May, second week, that time also the electricity in the various parts of the Kathmandu city was not available. So the relief work, you can see that how the remote places are, and then how the lots of collapse has been taking place, and that way that it, I mean, that you see, I tried to mention here that Gorkha district, some of the remote villages of Gorkha district were completely cut off 2 weeks after the earthquake. So during the relief work, that helicopter has been used to strip that the people, affected people. Similarly, sort of food were distributing from the helicopter towards the affected places. And similar the relief work, because lots of roads were followed. I mean, the landslides were taking place. The roads were blocked because of that earthquake, just after the earthquake. So that is some of the relief of, I mean, some of the relief, what is called that excavator has been used, or some of the other road machine has been used to clean the road, so that relief workers as well as relief material can be used to the affected people. So temporary shelters, these are school shelters, school has been used. Some of the failed log has been used to construct temporary shelters. In fact, there are some temporary houses you can see in the field where makeshift dwellings were also being used for the affected people. So similarly, damage assessment is the biggest problem that I'd like to share with you, because the government of just after the earthquake, Nepal did not know, some of the government organizations, how to decide whether a building can be used after an earthquake or not, because they were not sure. They were depending on the people who are visiting them. So that is just some of the government bodies has come forward, and they have decided that let me categorize three type of building just after the earthquake, that those requiring minor repairs, those requiring major repairs, those requiring replacement. Replacement means completely remove and then construct new building. So, because of not able to reach to the people, whether that building, the affected building is able to take up more and more load if there is some earthquake comes up in near in future. So that is where they have stayed back to the affected or the damaged building. So as a result, more collapse has been taken, more and more life has been gone just after the aftershock of magnitude 7.3 up to 8th of May. It's very unfortunate that it had happened. So then and now I try to put in some of the photographs. Just it is the symbol of Kathmandu city. It's called Dharara Tower before the earthquake and just after the earthquake. Similarly, it is in the Darbari Square before the earthquake and after the earthquake. Because some of the photographs that, as I said, that it is from my old, I mean, that photograph that I had from there. I tried to put in those photographs here. Similarly, this is the Darbari Square just before the earthquake, some after the earthquake. You see, during one of my visits that I was there, and then this is the monument memento. How, I mean, the shops were quite available in the Darbari Square. Just after the earthquake, the same places it was looking like this. So, whenever I used to visit in any of the workshop in any country, I always prefer to take my students. Just to share with you that I survived this earthquake by 11 days. Till 14th of April 2015, I was in Nepal attending second Nepal Geological Congress International Workshop, where I was one of the keynote speakers. So 4 of my students, here 3 and 1 is the photographer who was there. 4 of my students accompanied me.
Prof. Raju, the time is
yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm taking another 2 minutes. So that's why I have taken them, and just after that, when I visited the same place where we have taken the photograph, it was looking like this. One of the violence where I was moving here and there just before the earthquake, because during my visit of Nepal Geological Congress, just after the earthquake, it was like this. So similarly, people do not want to learn anything because it's just after the earthquake. They have started to raise their columns and they want to do some construction. Similarly here also. In fact, the biggest one is this one. You see, they have put in some glass panel. They have started to write that booking is going on. You see, they have not learned anything. This means what, that they want to sell the flats. So very interesting part. Just I'm about to reaching to my concluding slide. That this is called Dubgadhara area, and this is the society, upcoming society in the Kathmandu city, where all the building has been constructed based on Nepal building code design. So that is why these all structures which are come up or which has been constructed in that area during the earthquake, nothing has happened in this area. So that is why I always appeal to everyone that please follow the building code of your local, so that when you are going for a new construction. So one of the house that I spent 4 nights here just after that when I was there for the for some work. So in the conclusion, whatever I'm saying, that April 25th, Nepal took many lives and left entire Nepal in a devastated condition. For moreover, for recover the loss, it may take huge time. All concerned should take lessons from the present earthquake results. It Kathmandu highly professional engineers should be there. Similarly, we have to follow. It is not for Nepal, for the entire Southeast Asia as well as South Asian countries. That town planning and regulation building bylaws we should follow up. Then country level public awareness is another one that we should take it up. So this is one photograph that has been taken up during my visit in the month of April, just before the earthquake. So you know that the old citizens used to sit with their grandsons and all they were sitting in the evening time. So I said, when will it come again? Because if you go there now, it is nothing but the people do not want to sit down there. So some of the people maybe lost their lives also during the earthquake. So this is earthquake do not kill people, building do, as you know that, because earthquake is nothing but the shake, but mostly the building got collapsed, and that way we lost our life. So similarly, this is a typical example that I'd like to put it from the Bangladesh. It is not because of the earthquake, because of the dynamic loading, because it's a typical building which is available in the Dhaka in the year 2013, 24th April. People died 11/20. It is because of, you know why? Because in the third floor there was probably all of the ladies. I mean the female members who are attending that workshop, probably they know the one brand is called Zara, Z-A-R-A, Zara. So this is a Zara typical. The ladies were there. So in Bangladesh, because cost of labor is very less, so that's why Zara has installed one what is called manufacturing unit in the third floor, and they use the sewing machine. So from 9 a.m. local time to the 5 p.m. evening time, they used to all the sewing machine starts vibrating the whole building. As a result, just after the 2 years of the building, so it has collapsed because of the sewing machine vibration is called vibration load. And you can I try to correlate this building with the earthquake. Okay. So this is the seismic generation map of India. Just I tried to put it. I did not feel that that is more suitable for you from Indonesian point of view, because every country has their own seismic generation map. So you just I tried to put it one photograph, because it is written that if you do not follow the safe practices and all, better you pray to God, because this is in Hindi, our national language in India. Ishwar ko yaad kare. This means you pray to God, because that only God can only help you, nobody else. So I dedicated this presentation in the memory of my friend D.P. Sharma Paudel, my best friend from Nepal, who lost his life due to that 2015 Nepal earthquake of aftershock of 12th of May. He was a Nepal civil services officer, and he was posted in Sindhu Balchok. He was occupying the same house which has already been collapsed due to the earthquake of 25th earthquake. But since he is not able to understand whether that building is good enough to withstand the later load or not, but he stayed that house, and that's where he lost his life. So that is why I miss you, DP. I have mentioned that way, and thank you very much to all for listening to me, and thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Raju Sarkar, for giving such information and interesting presentation and video. Of course, I have a conclusion that we can know the impact and how to reduce earthquake death with management and well preparation. Professor Raju, please still stand by with us until the Q&A session after the last speaker.
Sure.
For the participant who want to ask for our 4 invited speakers, you can write the question through the available chat column during the speaker presentation. The direct question will be opened after the last speaker.
Recording in progress.
For the next turn is for the third speaker, Samuel Medayese, Master of Science from University KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. I would write the CV. Mr. Samuel has received a master degree on urban and regional planning from University of Ibadan, Oyo State. Now he is a lecturer at Federal University of Technology, Mina. Mr. Samuel will present a topic spatial metric and urban expansion in Lafia, North Central Nigeria. Please welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, the moderator. Really, my name is Medayese Samuel from University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, South Africa. Though I'm currently back home in Nigeria for the Yuletide period. Thank you very much. First of all, let me say a big thank you to the organizer of this conference and for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. Please take note that this is an extract from a part of my PhD research that is currently ongoing. So the presentation is actually co-authored by myself and my supervisor, Professor Hangoliani Magidimisha Chipungu, the Sachi Chair for Inclusive Cities in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Well, I'll be presenting on the topic spatial matrix and urban expansion in Lafia, North Central Nigeria. And as a type of kind of introduction, throughout the world landscape, urbanization has continued to encourage several land use and land cover changes. Urbanization is a complicated process that has impacted not just cultural, sociological, economic dimension, but also has ecological and environmental dimension. In view of this continuous rapid urbanization, the United Nations projected in the year 2010 that by 2050, the world's population is predicted to have become 50% urbanized. This would bring the total population of urban dwellers to about 69.6%. You will agree with me that a lot of this expansion and growth in population will be happening in developing countries, where Nigeria is one, and where this urbanization or growth in population is not met with adequate planning and provision of infrastructure. Significant emphasis has been placed on modeling and urban expansion in the light of their long-term adverse effect on the ecological functioning. However, most of these innovations, most of this modeling have actually been related to urban growth and socioeconomic processes. It is in view of this that I tend to look at this rapid urbanization in terms of the factors which are promoting this urbanization. Research on factors influencing urbanization and ecological environment system has focused primarily on individual strategies in urban areas. The rapid urbanization has increased the rates of land reclamation, economic growth, and climate change, as examined in various studies previously. Urbanization has also impacted on energy consumption, air quality, sustainable socioeconomic development, multifunctional urban landscape, and ecosystem services. What are the effects of this urbanization? Three major effects of these urbanizations have been enumerated: the extension of urban areas and their increasing complexity, the emergence of diverse range of urban results in variety of circumstances, and the requirement to analyze urbanization processes, not just urban forms. All this constitutes the effects of urban expansion on urban growth in both developing and developed countries. Urbanization and city expansion are significant drivers of land use and land cover change. Cities in developed and developing countries appear to have different impacts on physical environments. Large areas are fragmented and the landscape is being influenced by urbanization, especially in developed countries. Land use land cover analysis have actually been a veritable tool in detecting urban change. The land is a vital natural resource since it serves as foundation for life and growth. Land use is a term that refers to how humans have utilized land over time. It also evaluates the land's numerous natural resource characteristics. However, the land cover refers to vegetation on the area. Now, in determining how the land is put to use and the quantum of the area of land that is put to use per time, we use the land use land cover change detection tools in order to establish this scenario. Currently, this research is based on Lafia, Nasarawa State, which is one of the 36 states in Nigeria, and Lafia is the capital of Nasarawa State presently. Nasarawa State was created in the year 1996 by the military administration of General Sani Abacha, and it was carved out of the then Plateau State, Kaduna State, and a part of Benue State. So this research is domiciled on the landscape of Lafia in Nasarawa State, which is also an urban setting with a population presently of about 500,000 inhabitants. Now, in dealing with the methodology, we have created this scenario in order to look at how we go about analyzing the imagery, because basically this research is based on imagery, analysis of imagery, and other secondary data. So we obtained the Landsat imagery of Nasarawa State using spectral indices. Spectral indices divided into three different areas: the survey, the NDVI, and the UI. The survey data gives us the vegetal cover, the vegetal image of Lafia. The MNDWI gives us the derived water image, and the UI is able to generate for us the derived built-up area in Lafia, Nasarawa State. These various images, these three images, were combined in composition, map composition, in order to afford us the opportunity for image classification. And having done this image classification, we're able to arrive at three important land cover classes: the vegetation, water body, and built-up areas and barren land. A further reclassification gave us a subgroup under the built-up area, which is the stony land. Now, the first table here gives us a breakdown of the land cover categories in the analysis of the various imagery that we had. The urban or the built-up area is composed of residential areas, commercial and services, industrial, transportation, communication and utilities, industrial and commercial complexes, mixed urban or built land, and other built-up areas within the city. The vegetal cover covers areas such as croplands and pasture, orchards, groves, vineyards, nurseries, and ornamental, horticultural areas, confined feeding operations, other agricultural lands, and several other spaces which are for these natural uses. Then for the water bodies divided, is classified the streams and canals, lakes, reservoirs, bays, and estuaries. The barren lands have the dry salt flats, beaches, sandy areas, and other rock faces. All this classification were taken from the analysis by Anderson in UN 2005. So our broad classification depended on that particular analysis. Now, in view of the fact that most of this land use land cover changes and the resultant effect has impact on the population, we have decided to do an evaluation of this, a further analysis that looks at the built-up area in this city as the variable. We have the average annual urban expansion. We have urban expansion, the urban expansion intensity index, and the urban expansion differential index. All these are statistical tools which we have decided to adopt in order to arrive at the rate of urban expansion, the preference of urban expansion, and the various hotspots of urban expansion in the city of Lafia. So this, we're able to quantify the urban expansion in the city. Furthermore, in analyzing the expansion and the spatial matrix, we want to come to a logical conclusion on the pattern of growth and development in this city. We also make the built-up area the variable for measurement, and the spatial indexes are the aggregation index, the mean radius of gyration, the mean Euclidean nearest neighbor index. And all of these would give us a logical conclusion on the spatial processes of development in Lafia, giving us aggregation, compaction, or isolation, depending on what the outcome of our analysis gives us. This will be able to arrive at a defined spatial pattern for the city, if it is aggregated, if it is linear, or if leapfrogging pattern. Furthermore, because of the impact of the urban expansion on the residents of the city, we have decided to analyze the socio-economic impacts or the socio-economic pattern of growth in the city of Lafia, making our population and the built-up area as the variable for measurement, and the indicators for our measurement are the average population density of the built-up area, the average built-up area consumption per person, the density gradient, the Gini coefficient, and the Moran coefficient. All of this forming the indicators for measuring density, compaction, and isolation. These three gives us the socio-economic pattern of growth within the city. Now, furthermore, in order to establish the growth and to also drive home the point about the spatial expansion and growth in the city of Lafia, we have come up with a simulation, urban spatial growth simulation, for 10 years, were able to obtain 3 different images: the 1999 image, the 2009 image, and the 2019 image, or Landsat imagery, and we analyzed them. Then we now went ahead to do a simulation using the Mollusca add-in in the QGIS platform, using artificial neural network. This was aimed at achieving a growth pattern in the spatial development of Lafia, with the assumptions that social, economic, cultural, legal, and other constraints will be left constant. The input data for this analysis are the classified land use land cover maps. A minimum of 2 land use land cover map is required for this particular analysis. But because we have the imagery from 1999, the 2009, and 2019, this gives us a better latitude for our analysis. So 3 imageries were actually used for this analysis, 3 different years with a 10-year interval. And that is why we're able to project for another 10 years to 2029. Having determined the input data, the projection factors are the road networks, because according to literature, the road network is a very important tool that helps to show the direction of growth. This is already established in literature. And the digital elevation model, which is the terrain model, determines to a very large extent the developable and the non-developable land. And finally, the data limitation for this study includes the fact that image swapping is sometimes undertaken for the required years, with social, economic, cultural, and local constraints not being considered in the data analysis. Water body and vegetation are subject to seasonal variation. All of this constitutes constraints in our analysis. Now going to our discussion and the findings. The spatial analysis and projection of Lafia city limits in North Central Nigeria from 1999 to 2029. In 1999, 9.8% of Lafia's total land area was adjudged built-up areas, and 11.3% was covered by vegetation. There was no water body estimated for the city in 1999, as there was no data on water bodies. This can be associated with the season which the image was extracted. The analysis indicated that built-up area in the city moved from the 9.8% to about 20.6% in 2009. The vegetal cover was estimated at 20.2% and bare ground 59.2%. The analysis of the spatial changes in the city between 2009 and 2019 was also presented. Lafia has experienced a difference in the built-up area within the 10-year period. The analysis also shows that the bare ground declined from about 7,017 hectares in 2009 to 6,267.21 hectares in 2019. Now the effect of urban expansion and the spatial pattern. Urban expansion differential index and urban expansion intensity index were the 2 measures that we use in determining the sprawl ratios. They are considered independent variables to explore the relationship between urban expansion and spatial pattern. Moreover, the value of the spatial matrix is assumed as the dependent variable. The geographical weighted regression was an effective model to investigate the relationship between these 2 kinds of variables. The adjusted R-square value and the AICT values generated by the geographical weighted regression model for different periods are presented in Table 7. Now, the image here, the figure 5, shows us Lafayette City spatial extent in 1999. You can see a progressive intensification of the red space, which represents the built-up area within the city between 1999 to 2019. And using the artificial neural network with the QGIS add-in, we're able to project to 2029. The result of the geographical weighted regression is presented in this table. Between 1999 and 2009, we have the breakdown of the spatial expansion of the city, the gyrates mean value, and the spatial extent of the city. The effect of this expansion on the growth of the city. Another tool that we use is the socioeconomic pattern, as earlier stated. This measurement helps us to determine how to stem the urban sprawl and control the economic patterns in the city. These dimensions are density function, density gradient, and the Gini coefficient. We use these three important factors in order to control, in order to determine, in order to measure the spatial extent and the socioeconomic patterns of this city. The population, employment, and built-up area were measured for the selected city in 1990, 2000, and 2010. Density is a basic dimension of the city form used widely for form analysis. Population plays two main roles in an economic system: the supply of labor and the demand, which is the consumer part. Between 1999 and 2009, the built-up area in Lafayette City increased by 12,800.9 hectares, whereas its population increased by about 122,089 people. Between 2009 and 2019, the built-up area increased to about 2,800 hectares, and the population increased by 111,470 people. This is an intensive population growth within this city as a sin. Furthermore, the Gini coefficient as measure of spatial distribution was also determined, was also used in the analysis. Population data were obtained from the population and housing census. The Gini coefficient refers to the fact that population density is extremely high in these cities. A Gini coefficient close to 0 implies that the population is evenly distributed, but a Gini coefficient of higher than 0, either in the positive or negative, is an indication of either agglomeration of population or dispersal, depending on the part. If it is positive, that means intensive population growth. A negative is a dispersed population growth. Excuse me. The general measure. The total area of Lafayette municipality was about 11,854.4 hectares in 2019. And the total population projected from the 2006 population census figure gives us about 563,000 inhabitants. This translated to measured density of 47.2, which led to sprawl. Therefore, another measure which is a representative of the compactness of the living environment can be calculated by also considering the surface of land occupied by housing function. For Lafayette, the built-up area accounts for about 4,000 724 hectares of built-up areas for housing. And the density for this is calculated at 119.2% to people per hectare. In conclusion, there's a need to promote integrated spatial planning to sustain urban growth. Spatial planning is a critical tool for achieving systematic urbanization without affecting land use and land cover. According to Rochi et al. 2020, spatial planning's fundamental function is to integrate multiple land use, land cover types, construct strategic and urban infrastructure, and strengthen local government. Such an effort is essential to ensure the long-term rational use of land and water resources. Another consequence of an increase in urban greenery as vegetation is natural cooling. It promotes evapotranspiration and dissipates energy via latent rather than sensible heating. It also serves as a means of carbon sink. So what we're really saying here is that away from the continuous rapid growth of the city, this city will need to work on greening to serve as a carbon sink for the city and mitigate the impact of the current stride of climate change and global warming. Finally, residents should be aware that the area's social, economic, and environmental development throughout the years have mainly been a result of rapid, unplanned, and unsystematic urbanization, which has resulted in inefficient use of essential natural resources like land and water. Thank you very much for listening. Your comments
Thank you so
will
much.
be appreciated.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Samuel Medayese, for informative and interesting presentation. In conclusion, Mr. Medayese presented about social economic pattern of the city of Lavia. Yeah? Also, the interesting thing about wetland, which is really important to us now, there is a need to promote integrated spatial planning to sustain urban growth. Thank you so much. Please stand by with us. Last but not least, our last speaker, Dr. Usman Umar Jimoh from Department of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Dr. Usman will be present the topic spatial and seasonal patterns of flood inundation in Lokoja, Kogi State, Nigeria. Dr. Usman, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Please welcome, and the time is yours.
Thank you, and happy good day. I am Jimoh Usman Umar from the University of Ibadan, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Faculty of Environmental Design and Management. I am particularly grateful for giving me a kind of concession to be invited to this very, to the 3rd International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, 2021. I am speaking on in a couple of time, I will be speaking with you on spatial and seasonal patterns of flood inundation in Lokoja, Kogi State, Nigeria. Generally, the outline is introduction and definition of terms, statement of problem, description of the study area, methodology, results, and discussion of the findings, conclusion, and recommendation. I should quickly let us note that This is an article that has been written and submitted for publication, and it is not, which is come out of a larger project. So by introduction, flooding, a major natural disaster, poses a great risk, not only to human agriculture and housing, but also infrastructure. Common causes of flooding in Nigeria include dam failures, prolonged rainfall, drainage blockages, urban growth, and floodplain encroachment. But one significant effect of flooding in riverine areas is land inundation, which occurs when major rivers and their tributaries rise above their banks. Flooding is most frequently occurring and widespread natural disaster in Nigeria and even globally, particularly developing nations where most of these problems have not been combated. According to a well-known documented report of Benz 2000, flood events account for over 50% of mortality and about 33% of economic losses associated with natural disasters worldwide. Yet the rate of exposure to flood risk continue to increase with the growth of cities. So over the past decade, inundation has led to more than 20,000 annual fatalities and negatively affected about 75 million people globally. So in most cases, this event is measured by one, changes in land cover features due to frantic urban spread and due to urban frantic spread. Now, the 2012 flooding in Nigeria is regarded to as the most devastating flood event, where Kogi State, the study area, was severely affected due to its location as the confluence of the nation's major rivers. The need for this study is apparent as it evaluates the magnitude, spatial, and seasonal patterns of inundation in Lokoja, Kogi State, Nigeria, using Landsat images. This is also significant to physical planning in terms of facility and infrastructural development within the area. The study area. Lokoja is the capital of Kogi State and is the administrative capital of the modern day. It used to be administrative capital of the modern day Nigeria, which is popularly known as the confluence town, because it hosts the Niger River and Benue, the two major rivers in Nigeria. So the town is located approximately between 7 degree 45 minute north and 7 degree 51 minute north latitude, 6 degree 41 minute east and 6 degree 45 minute east longitude. Also, it covers about 189 stroke 54 path row. It is characterized by high slope with ground level of the study area ranging between 35 to 425 meters above mean sea level, and which is a major precipitator of flooding. So, methodology, very shortly methodology. 8 Landsat images comprising of 2 sets for each year, both dry and wet season, were acquired from the portal of United States Geological Survey 2018. The Landsat images were classified into land cover classes. 3 land use land cover classes were identified, namely the built-up, the vegetation, and the water body. After completing the land cover classification, the area of each class was determined and converted to square kilometers and percentages for both wet and dry season. Accuracy. Accuracy assessment was carried out using historical Google Earth images, informed knowledge of the area, and GPS coordinates. ArcMap 1005 was used to produce the land use land cover map for the study period. Of the land area in the 1999, vegetation was the dominant land cover feature in the study area, covering about 72.71% in dry season and 71.66% in wet season. The water body expanded from 22 to 13% in dry season to 23.18% in wet season, while built-up area accounted for 5.16%. The accounted for 5.16% still remained the same over the two seasons. This showed that the change in the climatic condition, dry, that is dry to rainy season, resulted to the loss of about 1.62% of the vegetated land to flood inundation. So built-up was observed not to have experienced inundation because of relatively far distance from the Niger River outfall. In Lokoja, in 2009, Lokoja was still covered largely by vegetation, totaling 66.2% in dry season and 62.26% in wet season of the land area. The spatial extent of the built area was informed over the two seasons and accounted for 11.5%. And the increase was of the spatial extent because the dry and the wet season, because of the dry and the wet season. Vegetation was observed to have experienced the highest impact of flood inundation in the year 2009, resulting to about 4.60% reduction in the proportion vegetation. In 2012, built-up and vegetation both recorded a decrease in their respective land areas. Specifically, built-up decreases from 14.36% in dry season to 12.89% in the wet season, which accounting for 10.27% decrease, while vegetation reduced from 63.53% in the dry season to 48.88% in the wet season. Together as 23.05% decrease. So differences in the case of water, which witnessed an increase from 22.11% in dry season to 38.23% in the wet season of the same year. Evidence from the result indicate that 23.05% of the area covered by vegetation and 10.7% of the area covered by built-up in the dry season were replaced by water in the wet season of 2012, compared with the previous years of 1999 to 2009. So flood inundation was more pronounced in 2012, with an overall growth of 72.86% between the two seasons. So based on the classified images of 2018, it was revealed that about half of the study domain is mostly covered by vegetation over the two seasons. Specifically, the proportion of vegetation reduced from 58.76% in the dry season to 54.98% in the wet season. So the spatial extent of built-up reduced from 18.25 to 17.22%, while water increased from 22.9% to 27.8% over the two seasons, respectively. So the findings suggest that about 6.43% of the sheer vegetation and 5.63% of the built-up have been inundated during the wet season. That is the imagery, the composite land use and land cover for Lokoja 1999, and based on the seasonal variation. That's what you can see displayed on the screen. So the composite for 2000, we can see it in serial form. The composite land use and land cover for Lokoja 2009 can be seen as displayed. For that of 2012, that's the imagery. We can see the spread, the extent of the vegetation cover, and the extent to which the water body down has been, the extent to which inundation has occurred based on the increase in the large size of the water body as described by described in the previous discussion. So now So discussion. A drastic flood inundation was recorded in 2012, which led to about 23.05 reduction in the vegetation and 10.27 in built-up area. So, in the built-up area, the effect of flooding inundation was more intense on vegetation. So the study also identified that flood inundation or built-up is gradually showing a decreasing trend from 2012 to 2018. Yet its effect in 2012 and 2018 poses a huge risk to life, cultural heritage, infrastructure, and property. So the evidence from the study of Ifatime and Musa 2008 supports or indicate that significant proportion of vegetated land in Lokoja is being used for agriculture. Unfortunately, the study of Buba et al. In 2021 and Umar and Hafiz 2019 so indicates that destruction of agricultural land is one of the major effects of flooding in Lokoja. So in conclusion, the study finds out that the effect of flooding inundation is more pronounced on vegetation as a result, farmers in Lokoja are extremely predisposed to poor agricultural production due to flood inundation. So accordingly, effort to improve resilience against variable weather, flood inundation, and seasonal uncertainties should be encouraged. For example, investment in climate-smart agriculture, agriculture insurance, installation and improvement of existing drainage facilities, construction of river embankments, planting in areas that are drained faster after heavy rainfall, as well as planting of agricultural crops that could tolerate long period of land submergence are quite recommended. So the method of this study could be consequential too for identifying flood inundation hotspot for flood control actions, estimating damage to infrastructure, agricultural produce, and properties, post-event monitoring of inundation event, and on timely helping to formulate policy for sustainable physical and infrastructural development. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, we are in time. So thank you for Dr. Usman Umar for the informative presentation. Dr. Usman mentioned about the effect of flood inundation is more pronounced on vegetation. As a result, farmers in Lokoja are extremely predisposed to poor agricultural production due to flood inundation. I think there are many things in common with what happened in Indonesia nowadays, and GIS can be an important tool to analyze the flood inundation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much also for all the invited speaker. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to session discussion, question and answer for around 15 minutes, yeah, due to limited time. I'd like to have 4 questions from the participants in the first round and will be answered immediately with the speakers. If we still have time, we will start for the second round with 4 questions again. So please raise your hand feature below in Zoom, and then unmute your microphone and camera, and don't forget to mention your name before giving question and to whom this question is addressed. The participant can also ask the question through the available chat column. So I will see from the list of participants who will directly ask the question for the invited speaker, please. Okay. If nothing participant asks, yeah, I will read from the chat column. There are from Mr. Samuel Medayese. Yeah, maybe this question is for Dr. Yazid bin Saleh. What is the criteria for selecting sample of 100 from all selected cities when they all do not have the same sample frame? This looks like trying to achieve equality when the aim should be to achieve equity. Please, what is the justification for this action? Do you have a basis for this science and literature? So maybe this question is for Dr. Yazid bin Saleh, ya. Dr. Yazid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned before, this study involved 1,000 respondents from various levels of society in Malaysia, and the age of the respondents is above 18 years old. And we select 10 selected cities, and each cities we select 100 respondents. So to determine the number of the sample to be complied with the base of total population, so 3 criteria we referred, namely number one is the Cresci and Morgan sample size, number 2 is Cohen table 1992, which is if 10 studies variable were used for multiple regression analysis, the significance level 0.05, then the number of the total sample is 833 people. And number 3, we are based on the rule of thumb of Tabachnik and Fidel in 1996, the appropriate sample size for factor loading analysis is comprised of 300 respondents or 500 respondents for each factor. And meanwhile, we are looking also at Comrie and Lee 1992 and gave the following guideline for the sample of size 1,000 is excellence. Therefore, we are taking 1,000 sample regarding on Comrie and Lee, and we divided into 10 cities, and we have 100 respondents per cities. Then the study sampling done based on the cluster sampling procedure, because it is the most suitable for obtaining significant result in this situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For Mr. Samuel, do you have any comment or it's just enough?
Thank you very much. I was just thinking that since the selected cities do not have the exact same population, because if you look at the various cities that were selected, you will discover that the population ranges from some with about 2,000 or thereabout to some with hundreds of thousands. So now treating each of these, getting the same sample size from this kind of sample frame, does a kind of injustice to some of these cities. Because if you place a city with just 2,000 population and you pick the same sample of 100 with a city with 100,000 population, you might not have done justice to the city with 100,000 population. The one with 2,000 population might be representative, actually, but the one with 100,000 would not be exactly representative. So you have placed them on an equal pedestal when in the actual sense, they are not equal. You have placed all the cities on the same equality, while in the true sense of it, they are not actually equal in terms of their population composition. So having the same sample size puts some at disadvantage and some at too much of advantage over the others. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Is that clear for anyone? Right? So, okay. For the next question, this is for Mr. Samuel. This question is from Susilo Triwibowo. It's a direct message for me. And the question is, what is the biggest challenge faced in expanding Lavia into an urban area, even though Lavia is the new capital in Nasarawa, whose main activity is as a trading center for agricultural products? Should Lavia still be categorized as suburban area that support other largest area? Please.
Thank you very much for that question. You see, let me be very clear about this. Lafia is not suburban. One of the criteria for measuring urbanization is the issue of population, and probably other factors of infrastructure, administrative capacity, and others comes in. Lafia passes for every of these factors. In terms of population, the benchmark population in Nigeria for determining if a place is either urban or rural is a benchmark population of about 25,000. And I did say in the course of my presentation that Lafia has a population of about 500,000 people. So this makes it a medium-sized city. So it is a full-fledged urban area with fledgling suburban areas under it. That is one. Administratively, it is actually the capital of Nasarawa State. So it passes for an urban area also on this. Then in terms of the available infrastructure, Lafia passes for secondary production. It is not a completely rural area. It passes for secondary production. And on this basis, it passes as a full-fledged urban area. However, the major challenge for urban expansion in Lafia is the problem of continuous increase in population, which is not backed by corresponding increase in planning and infrastructure. This put together would affect the question of sustainability and livability over the years. If infrastructure production, planning, and conservation does not meet the continuous expansion of population, it would eventually impact on the sustainability of the city with the passage of time. So therefore, the major challenge for urban expansion and sustainability in Lafia is the lack of planning, the lack of infrastructure, and the continuous uncoordinated growth of population. Thank you very much. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much. Such a really interesting topic, right? So for the next question, this is from a question from Sabila Yasaro. She mentioned me personally. Dear keynote speaker, thank you for the excellent presentation. I ask permission to ask. For dear Mr. Yazid, in your personal opinion, what causes a city in Malaysia to have a low level of economic prosperity and a high one? How to increase it? And the second question is for Mr. Raju. I'm very interested in the statement, earthquake don't kill but building kills. How is the community preparedness factor? Is it good? In general, what are the efforts to improve community preparedness besides the building aspect? So please, for the first turn, Mr. Yazid, and then
Thank
Mr.
you. Thank you for the question. Ibu Devi, the question is, what causes a city in Malaysia have a low level of economic prosperity? Is it relate to 10 selected cities in my presentation, or is it the overall cities in Malaysia? Because the answer is different.
So maybe from the presentation, I think.
Okay, so if we look at the 10 selected cities in my presentation, the main cause of low-level economic activities is the first one is accessibilities. Some of the cities is far from an urbanized area, far from other interesting places, and it don't have too much alternative places to visit. So tourists didn't come to visit the place. Then the other one, the hierarchy of the cities, because from all the cities that has been selected, some of the cities is a small urban center, which is low population. And for example, Jugra, which is the lowest hierarchy in the findings, because it is situated far from the urbanized area, and also it's a lack of attraction. And Kuala Kubu Baru also, even though it is the first garden cities in Malaysia, and it is a very interesting and very nice place to visit, but it is not easy to access. I mean not easy to access because of the location is far from our new highway. If you know, in Peninsular Malaysia, we have the North-South Highway. So these two cities cannot be accessed by the exit of the highway. So you must go, you must use the old roads. So it is difficult to go there, and because of that, that place have a low level of economic activities, and the government play an important role. First thing is they must put a new development, increase and accessibility through their development planning, and maybe create another interesting places for tourists. So if tourists come to the place, so they can visit more than one place compared to at the moment they come and visit one city alone. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe for the next question. The second question is for Mr. Raju. Are you still with us?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, just now I have seen the message. Yeah, the question is that I am very interested in the statement, earthquakes do not kill people, but buildings do. How is the community preparedness factor? Is it good in general? What are the efforts to improve community preparedness besides the building aspects? Yes, I'd love to share one thing that as I will still love to quote always whenever there is an earthquake presentation is there. It is called earthquakes do not kill people, building do. Because whatever earthquake, every day you used to move from one place to another place, either by bus or by taxi or by any type of road vehicles. Whenever there is some shaking takes place, that shake is nothing but, if you consider that shake towards the magnitude, it will come around magnitude more than 6.5 or 7. And if I'm considering with the kids who used to swing in the park, So if you consider that in convert to the magnitude, it goes up to maybe more than 9 to 10. So that is why I'm saying that every day we are facing this type of sort of swinging or any type of movement every day, but nothing is happening to the human life. But the thing is that whenever this load is converted to a building, so building, what happens that it cannot take the load, because all the construction materials that has been used to construct a building, it is nothing but a brittle material, please to remember. Except reinforcement, and the rods that we used to use, that is called, technically it's called reinforcement. Reinforcement is the only material which is called ductile material, so it can be bent up. But in case of others, whether it is aggregate, whether it is cement, whether it is coarse aggregate, I mean that fine aggregate, sand, all are brittle material. So those are nothing but the earth, from earth you are getting it, or the nature you are getting it. The thing is there that when I'm considering the community, my submission is always that whenever there is a new building construction is going on, please monitor what are the building materials they are using, whether from community level or from your individual level. The thing is there, always try to follow the building code which has been given from the local authority. You know, there are many developed cities. I was also associated to some of the development program like Ecuador, just after 2016 Ecuador earthquake, then I was, as I said, to Nepal, then Bhutan, then India also. And we always give that awareness towards the society that please use the national building code of your own respective country. Because in the national building code, it is always mentioned that whenever you go for any construction, you have to add that seismic value, that is called dynamic load. And in the community, the people who are associated with the community, you should have some awareness program. And that awareness is try to avoid construction of building, and it is called the non-engineered structure. Means without following any rules and regulations, don't go for any construction. So that is why, from my point of view, from community point of view, I always like to mention that please follow a building code which has been given by the local authority. And please aware whenever there is a new construction is going on, whether it is for in your own house or in your community, first ask. As a general, you need not require for the civil engineer. You go and ask whether this design has been approved by the local authority or not, because the responsibility will go to the local authority, and I am sure the local authority will not allow anyone to construct a building without following the building code. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Raju, very clearly. And then for the last question, this is for Mr. Usman. This question is from Vidya. How is the variation of load distribution in your study area? Please, Mr. Usman.
Thank you. I think I mentioned that earlier. I presented that on the map. The map presented, that captured various segments of the years that was under the study. I mentioned, I showed on the screen that a particular, in fact, from the images, you will see that the year as the water body increases, it affects it was affecting the vegetation cover. So that was for the first year. The next capturing was also a manifestation of that variation, and the last one, of course. But the closer you are to the flooding area, the more affected somebody can actually be. But the variation actually has been displayed by the map images, those images I presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there is any participant who wants to ask directly for the 4 invited speakers, if no one asks, I will read the conclusion. Okay. Okay, I will now, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end part of the seminar. Before I close the seminar, let me read the conclusion from what the all of the speaker presented. from Dr. Yazid bin Saleh mentioned about sustainability level of heritage cities in Malaysia. In conclusion, the descriptive analysis finding for the level of sustainability in 10 selected heritage cities of Malaysia show that most are high and medium levels. From Professor Dr. Raju Sarkar about pre and post 2015 Gorkha Nepal earthquake and lesson learned with impact and management of earthquake disaster. From Mr. Samuel Madese about spatial matrix and urban expansion in Lavia, North Central Nigeria. There is a need to promote integrated spatial planning to sustain urban growth. Dr. Usman Umar about the effect of flood inundation is more pronounced on vegetation. As a result, farmers in Lokoja are extremely predisposed to poor agricultural production due to flood inundation. Conclusion for all, it is urgent to support city, especially the heritage city, to be sustainable as targeted in SDGs. To achieve sustainability in cities, some considerations are needed, including the disaster vulnerability aspect, such as earthquake and landslide. In addition, land use mapping and monitoring can be conducted by the means of technology of remote sensing and GIS. Using this approach, effect of urban expansion on socio-economic aspect can then be identified. In the future analysis, this land cover and land use observation enable assessment of flood inundation. Okay, for this closing, I'd like to say thank you so much for all of for amazing presentation. Also, thank you for all the participants for very active participation in this seminar. Hopefully, this seminar will be beneficial for everybody. Please give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. Tomorrow we still have day 2 for panel session of each track paper. So still keep in touch with us. And I'm Dewi Novitasari as a moderator. I also apologize for my mistake in delivering my speech, if any. See you tomorrow at the 3rd International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, Icgdm 2021. And give back to you, the chairman, Mrs. Vidya, for announcement session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mbak Anissa. You can take over the for the certificate session.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Dewi MSc as the moderator and all the speakers. Thank you so much for the amazing presentations and amazing discussions. So now we will do certificate handover that will be given by Dr. Jumadi.
Thank you, Vanessa. On behalf of the Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and also the Committee of International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, we would like to say thank you for all speakers today in the last session. First of all is Dr. Yazid bin Saleh. The second is Professor Raju Sarkar, Mr. Samuel Madese MSc, also Dr. Usman Umar Jimo. Please receive our certificate, and we do hope that we can develop our collaboration in the future. Thank you for all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jumadi, and let's once again give applause to all the speakers and all of us. Yay! So finally, we really come to the end of the first day of the third of the International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, Icgdm 2021. Thank you for all the participants, thank you for all the speakers, and thank you for all your attentions. On behalf of the entire committee, I sincerely apologize for all the mistakes during this event. So to close this event, let's reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you and see you tomorrow for the parallel presentation session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yazid. Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Nice to meet you.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Salam. Thank you, Prof. Raju.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity. It's so nice linking up with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.